the Oscars. It's a huge shift. We'll break it all down later in the show. Good day. I'm Tom Costello. I'm in for Hallie. Any minute now, we will see President Biden taking his show on the road, hitting the campaign trail, less than 24 hours after a speech that may have saved his political life. Right now, we're looking live at the shot we have up in Philadelphia. We expect the president to speak any moment, likely following the same themes from his fiery State of the Union address, where he laid out his plan of attack against former President Donald Trump. And he made the case that 81, his age, is not the number people should be thinking about, but rather 4, as in 4 more years he wants in the White House. This trip kicks off a week of campaigning for both the president and the vice president.
We will begin here. President Biden answered,
and the vice president going to
customary once former President Trump officially becomes the Republican.
Affairs authorized to declare recess at any time. We welcome everyone to today's hearing on the weaponization of the federal government. Chair now.
It has been exactly 3 years since January 6th, the events of January 6th, the racist insurrection that shocked this nation to its core, more profoundly than anything since Pearl Harbor plus the Civil War. And it has taken a while, honestly, even for people who aren't on the side of the professional liars, to realize there's something amiss. Welcome to Tucker Carlson Today. Elon Musk is a car maker, Welcome to Tucker Carlson Today. Elon Musk is a car maker, a rocket maker, the CEO of SpaceX and Tesla, and now the owner of Twitter. He said he purchased the social media site in order to protect free speech in the country. We just talked with him for over an hour about what he's doing and what he thinks of artificial intelligence. He has been one of the voices calling for a pause on the...
Senator 1628 Heavy Anchorage, good afternoon. Squawk 1550.
It's just insane to me. I spoke to Canary. It's not good news.
In 1986, over Alaska, Japan Airlines encountered something truly inexplicable in the night sky.
These guys were flying from Paris to Tokyo. They noticed a very bright light, and it's following them.
Senator 1628, sir, if you're able to identify the type of aircraft, then you can tell whether it's military or civilian.
The pilot, Kendrick Tarachi, had described it as being several times larger than his airplane, and his airplane had an elevator in it.
It was huge. And Captain Tarachi was open about the fact that he was afraid during this event. But the Japanese airline incident was hardly unique.
We just had something go right over the top of us. It's a definite UFO or something like that.
Incidences like this were much more widespread than anybody realized.
I have no idea what that is. It just flew right over me. The wings are unbelievable.
UFOs definitely represented an aviation safety hazard. There were many cases documented that showed that. And yet, the government didn't seem to care.
Inside Special Report, Mary Murphy finds that while the U.S. government has closed its eyes on the matter, the public hasn't stopped seeing or believing.
The U.S. government closed its formal study of UFOs in late 1969.
The cases that required investigation, none of that went away. And so people stepped in to fill that void.
Reporting center. We got a call. He saw 5 pink lights in a triangular pattern.
Thankfully, these events were recorded by civilian researchers. It showed that the phenomenon was continuing, that it was extensive, that it was widespread.
I mean, look what these people are saying. Look what they've documented. This is real, and it's a safety hazard.
We get reports every night. I don't know what's going on. Right around there. I'd like to report a UFO.
ufology today is in a state I would say that, say, chemistry was. Chemistry was alchemy. A mixture of superstition, wild ideas, untruth claims, and yet out of that whole mess, finally the very first-class science of chemistry evolved. What we need in ufology is to make it professional.
J. Allen Hynek was a great advocate for civilians to be researching UFOs. He felt that the subject deserved scientific scrutiny.
Dr. Hynek's been studying UFOs for 30 years. His files contain unexplained sightings from 140 countries.
After Hynek died in 1986, his work was carried on by a handful of national UFO research groups. Even though the government wasn't paying attention, the civilians were.
Bill and Romeo of Greenwich, Connecticut has recorded more than 300 hours of conversation with people who reported UFO sightings.
Larry Foxon, a police officer in Coventry, Connecticut. He helps establish Citizens Against UFO Secrecy.
I have never been a believer of UFOs my entire life, and I just seen at the minimum of 9 this morning with my own eyes, and I mean, I'm a believer.
My goal in writing about UFOs has been mainly to bring information forward to the public. But beyond that, it's to motivate the official world to pay attention. Once I realized that there was enough data to show that these things are real, and the possibility that there are other civilizations visiting us here, I was just hooked. And I realized that I needed information that could be verified and documented, and cases that were irrefutable. I turned to the most credible civilian researchers because they were the ones doing the work. The National Aviation Reporting Center on Anomalous Phenomena, NARCAP, was founded by Dr. Richard Haynes, who was a former chief scientist for NASA. Hey, Dick, can you hear me?
I sure can.
Sure is good to see you. What is your reflection on, looking back at NARCAP, like why you started it?
Well, I'd spent quite a number of years as a hobby studying this phenomenon, and I finally came to the understanding that ufology, the study of UFOs or UAPs these days, is not going to progress until there's some practical benefit from it. And so I came up with this idea, let's look at aviation safety.
The FAA did not want to receive any reports from any of their personnel about UFO events. It was actually written in their manual that if anyone saw a UFO, they were to report it to a civilian group.
NARCAP is a reporting center for pilots and air traffic controllers who would like to make a report of their sightings in a completely confidential manner. We are looking carefully at events that are happening in our skies all the time where flight safety could be impacted. Our objective is to make flying safer.
The work I did with NARCAP and really getting familiar with the aviation safety hazards, I became more focused on that as an important component of this whole issue. The second story that I ever published on UFOs in 2001 was based on a 100-page report that NARCAP produced. There were cases where the pilot would have to make a very fast turn or he'd have to dive to avoid hitting a UFO. Cases where passengers were actually injured by maneuvers the airplane had to make. If you have commercial pilots that are somehow in danger, I just thought as a journalist this is really important. I mean, how could the aviation world ignore this? One of the most fascinating cases in the report was the Japan Airlines case, 1986.
Under 1648 at Ruddershire, picking up a hit on the radar, approximately 5 miles in trail, your 6 o'clock position.
What was really compelling about this case is that you have the radar data, and then you got the testimony of the pilot talking to ground control.
You saw visual contact? Oh, there.
There are these amazing tapes in Richard Haynes' archive of calls he made, and the pilots will give him detailed accounts of what they saw. One of the recordings was with Captain Tarachi from the Japan Airlines case.
How long did it take to move from the 12 o'clock position?
As they're approaching Anchorage, they again radio the FAA, and they had the plane do a couple of turns to see if the object continues to follow it.
Similar request you're making a right turn 360 degree turn and 5 minutes traffic.
Captain Tarucci was very surprised to realize that the object was still beside him throughout that turn. How was it able to do that? Why would it do that?
The phenomenon acts with what I would call curiosity. To me, that's intelligence.
It raises some fundamental questions about the nature of the phenomenon. Would it constitute a threat to flight safety? And the answer is clearly yes.
The Japan Airlines event was fairly lengthy as UFO sightings go.
They watched it for perhaps a half hour or more. It moved in different positions around the aircraft. Eventually, as they descended and approached the airport, it disappeared.
But the real import of the case is what happens after the sighting.
Captain Tarucci spoke to the American press about this event, and Japan Airlines took him off the job for like a year. It just shows that professional pilots cannot report an actual event that happened that might even be a hazard to their aircraft without facing repercussions.
Now on the phone with us from Anchorage is Paul Stuckey, who's public affairs officer for the FAA in the Alaska region. What, Paul, does the FAA say this is?
Well, we've got some possible evidence of confirmation, but it is not real strong. And the military is totally unable to confirm whether this object was real by its radar. And neither are we, actually.
Publicly, the FAA said that the object on radar was an unexplained split image of the Japanese 747 and not a separate object. But there was more going on with this case than what the FAA had to say publicly. When John Callahan, who was the head of accidents and investigations at FAA, first heard about this event, he ordered that all the data be sent to him immediately on this case.
I said to the software people, I want a briefing in the next room. I want to see on a chart every place where the Japanese guy was, and I want to see all the targets around him. I watched on radar. I took a videotape of it, and the next day came back to Washington headquarters. This is where it first starts. It starts at 19 after the hour. You see that little dot? That's the UFO.
He studied all this data, and then, according to Callahan, he was called to a meeting at the Washington headquarters. And that meeting involved a team of representatives from the White House. It included CIA representatives.
That's strange. These things are not typically investigated by the FBI, not the CIA. I play the tapes for them, I show them all the paperwork we got, I give them the whole tale, and they were all excited about it. So I'm standing next to this little guy, and he says, okay, we were never here. We're confiscating all this data, and you're all sworn to secrecy. So I said, what do you think it is? I'm still thinking it's the stealth bomber. He says, well, it's a UFO. So the U.S. government doesn't take UFOs seriously, and yet they do this? So what's going on here? Well, of course, we don't know, because it disappeared into the black maw of the government.
My story about pilot encounters with UFOs got a lot of play, and it was picked up all across the country, but the culture as a whole didn't really take UFOs seriously. It was still considered fringe. And I felt kind of determined to fight that.
Have you ever wondered why there wasn't more coverage in the mainstream media about the subject of UFOs? We are very pleased today to have an investigative journalist who has pushed through that barrier, Leslie Payne. Thank you so much for joining us.
When I started out reporting on UFOs, I felt like I was risking my career as a journalist. I did feel that way. I was sort of an anomaly. There was nobody doing this in the mainstream. I was really nervous about being ridiculed because the attitudes of people were mainly that it was a joke. If I would go to a party and people said, "What do you do?" I would have to say, "Well, I'm a journalist." And then the next question was always, "Well, what do you write about?" And I was dreading that question. I did not want to have to say what I wrote about. It was embarrassing. But the fact that there was so much opposition to it, the fact that it was ridiculed, actually kind of fueled my fire. And I felt so clear that there was something to it that I just was willing to take that risk. And then I realized that there were others who are out there researching this, taking it out of the fringe, who took it upon themselves to do what the government wasn't doing, which was to investigate cases.
Your new documentary, James, I Know What I Saw, assembles accounts from various UFO witnesses from around the world. What do you believe, James?
I believe that there are structured craft of unknown origin whizzing around in our airspace whose flight characteristics are so beyond anything we've had.
My name's James Fox. I have been working on UFO films for coming up on my third decade. I was never out to prove that ET has landed. My primary objective is to say there is some really compelling evidence that needs further investigation. I stuck with it despite the level of ridicule for decades because I had gone to locations, I'd met with the witnesses, I'd looked up the documents from government files because I wanted to create a body of evidence that I could present to me.
I'm in Tiwanaku, Bolivia, where the Incas say mankind was created. Not far from here.
Pat Gray is here on the Blaze Radio Network.
Good morning, America.
They can't win. If I get it back.
Friday. Where
Get it back?
to begin?
Yeah, I'm gonna go in and pay your champ and you won't be any otherwise.
Where to begin? Jeez. What a hate-filled, garbage speech that was.
Well,
The worst State of the Union address of all time in America, by far.
He was pretty forceful.
Nobody was
Don't have
even
any
close.
money. No, I don't
Forceful?
know.
Yeah,
Pretty forceful.
Oh, no, we're going to get
hateful?
apologists. By
Yeah, I know. You know what it was like? It was like being waterboarded for an hour. It was so hard to just keep going.
good analogy. And you knew
Actions don't always go the way you plan.
Dude hasn't even got climate change.
No, right? And you knew it was coming.
Sure did.
And I was pissed from the very beginning because of all the attention whores lined up on both sides of the aisle. I can't stand that.
Every time Sheila Jackson Lee, man, she's the lady you want to work for you for concert tickets.
She must get there at 9 in the morning.
Gotta be.
And just wait 12 hours till he gets there. And has her little place, little camera time. I guess. I mean, because every time, literally every time, since I've known about Sheila Jackson Lee, she's been right there.
That's her spot, man.
Yep.
Boy, and it took forever to get started last night.
He was what? I think he's entered the chamber at 17 or 18 after. So he was almost 20 minutes late to begin with. Then he glad-handed for, I don't know, any just 10 minutes.
Slow to begin with. Put the dude on a mobility scooter. Get up to the front. Let's go.
The one person that I thought did a good job being near him was Marjorie Taylor Greene, because she came with an agenda. She wanted to let him know, and she did.
The MAGA hat.
She's wearing the MAGA hat.
T-shirt.
She had the T-shirt.
All of it.
Say her name. Say her name. Laken Riley. And we'll talk about this later. But he couldn't even do that. He couldn't even get her name right. But that's bold of MTG. Yeah. That was. I like that because everybody else just kissing his butt on the way down.
Both sides of the aisle.
Oh, man. Yes. Yeah, it didn't matter. Democrats, Republicans. Loved the chant, the Democrat chant, 4 more years. Yeah. Like, people really want that. Stop it. The worst thing that could happen is 4 more years of this guy. Everybody knows it. And then the freedom and democracy under attack stuff.
I can't. Will anyone ever acknowledge in a position of power that we're not a democracy? Will that ever happen? No, because that's their agenda. Yes. And we'll get into all these clips here in a second. But Ukraine first up, pretty much. Almost before anything else starts in on Ukraine. So that's not a mistake. And that's how we'll think about stuff. First, Ukraine, because that's the most important thing. That's our thing. It really is first thing. This guy is not America First rated top 10, top 100, top 1,000. Oh, yeah, but right? Is that what you're talking about? On the Tibet then the line on Trump wanted him, supposedly. Not talking about former president. This is a quote. He said, Putin, you can do whatever you want. No. I mean, that shouldn't be legal. In the State of the Union address, to stand there and lie about another former president. And nobody called him out on it on the left. I'm looking at all the reviews of this from the Washington Post and the New York Times, and everybody thought it was so great. He was powerful and he proved what he had to prove, that he's perfectly up for the job for the next 4 years. Is he? Did he? Come on. And then how many times did he use in the first 5 minutes that history is watching?
Oh my gosh, it was never ending.
History is watching. Man, just love that line. It doesn't make any sense.
You thought maybe the teleprompter was stuck.
Yeah, you read the same over and over and over.
Yeah, it was never ending. I got it already. Okay, history is watching.
And then launching into the January 6th lies. Greatest threat since the Civil War. It was a little riot where a few windows got broken. Shut up.
So it was only an hour long.
Felt like 4 weeks.
Days and a half. Was it just an hour? Yeah, I thought it was a little bit more than an hour, but okay. I mean, it didn't feel like.
I don't have enough time. To his credit, he actually got through an hour. It wasn't, we didn't think he could make it through 5 minutes.
No, I did not. So whatever they
stumbled and mumbled and slurred his words,
whatever they
all the way
him up with,
but
worked.
Yeah,
it looked like there were a couple of times it looked like he was fading a little bit.
Yeah,
but that whatever he was on, the coughing, multiple, at least a dozen coughs in the thing. Whatever he was on, I mean, that
might have contributed. First of all, he's an angry old man anyway. But
that's the only way he knows.
The medication jumped up. Yeah, it makes it worse.
Yeah,
that could well be.
Yeah, well, and
that could be.
They said, got to be forceful. Got to show how alert and confident. That's his way.
That's his gear.
Yeah,
anger. And it was not. I mean, even CNN said. One of the CNN guys said that this was the most campaign-like speech ever given by a president.
Well,
it wasn't a State of the Union address. It was a campaign speech.
I mean, this is his campaign. Right? It was his campaign. He's not going to do anything else.
And that's, I mean, the State of the Union address is not supposed to be political. But it was. It was all attacking Trump, attacking the Supreme Court because they made a decision you don't like, because they're doing their job protecting the Constitution. And which he does not like.
No one was killed.
But he stayed up past his bedtime, and he delivered the speech.
Yes, he did.
I'm sure Democrats are really happy with it. It was anti-Trump.
I certainly do.
What I realized last night was he hates me almost as much as I hate him.
We believe it to be sacred.
I mean, he hates you. I don't feel that he hates me.
No, okay.
But you, I mean, when I saw that, in fact, I saw
on the lower third, on the Chiron, I think it says, Biden admits to his Pat Gray hatred.
Yes, yeah. And I went, wow, that's...
Yeah. Huh, that's kind of strangely specific. Oh, he is filled with hate, though. He really, really does. He's specifically. And specifically me.
Yeah, I'm not sure that when you see him all drugged up like that. His pupils are all big and
Not
black.
so long
I don't
ago,
know
I
if
would
that's
have
from
found
drugs or
weak
we're actually just seeing it in his
empathetic.
soul. But
Now I
well,
see
you can tell when you've been
wise,
injected for sure. Yeah.
thoughtful, and sensitive.
Yeah, whatever transfusions, whatever we're doing, man.
I would love to help
It was
them.
definitely done last
Or at
night.
least
It was.
stop Dodge
It
pushing
was.
his son to do
We
something
do have the
real
cycle of
stupid.
a typical Joe Biden day. How his day goes. Do we have that chart?
Okay, let's see that.
Kind of shows.
So where do you start?
He poops his pants. Then he babbles nonsense. Then he eats ice cream. Then he gets back to work destroying the country. And then it repeats. He poops his pants again.
It's just a vicious cycle.
Now, yesterday was a little bit different because he had to go to the Capitol to give the State of the Union speech. And as he was leaving,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but there is the first couple. First Lady Joe Biden. How are you feeling, sir? He was asked. And he said, good.
Senior staff.
Did a little muscle flex of some sort.
Don't jump, I need you. Cannot help himself.
Spirit says he gets it.
Don't jump, I need you.
Wait, go back a little bit. Let's hear that again. He actually did the don't jump thing.
Yeah, don't jump, I need you.
With nobody above him from a jumping position. Right?
I don't know. I thought for maybe up the stairs. Yeah, there has to be somebody up above there. That's what they've been avoiding, keeping people away from being above him. It's kind of very related with what Jake Tapper's saying, so you got to listen very carefully.
All right.
Let's go.
How are you feeling, sir? He was asked. Wait, he said, good.
Senior staff.
Did a little muscle flex of some
There it is. Don't jump, I need you.
Yeah, he's looking up at something. Man. Up that stairwell. You know what? Make me want to jump rope.
Oh, yes.
Just saying.
Yes.
Don't jump, I need you. That's awesome.
Isn't it? Isn't it, though?
That is.
Apparently pro-Hamas, I mean, that they're using the excuse that it was pro-Hamas protesters that blocked his way. That's why he was late.
Yeah.
Okay. Here they are blocking his path to the Capitol.
We are close to Marine One taking the president from the White House to the Capitol for these speeches. Here in America. Fly right over this.
Might turn out to be the only way he can get there, and the only safe way for the president. It's.
But there they were. Democrat bids.
In the road. How is it that
I don't know.
the National Guard, somebody, isn't removing these morons from the road?
I don't know.
How can that be? All right, so to get started on the audio, be prepared for your eyes to bleed this morning because mine did last night.
Not fun.
Ooh, man. So, if I didn't have today to sort of purge all of the nonsense that built up in me last night.
Yeah, that's why you got a life to be during these things.
I just
Like this pack with that. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, it just fuels my fire. But here's the Democrat chant of 4 more years.
Idiots. Be specific. What are you asking this man to give you 4 years of?
Right.
Life? Good luck. He won't be standing in 4 years.
Yeah, he can barely stand now.
Chucky Schumer back there laughing at me. Yeah, right. Every single one of them. Every single one of them.
If this was an obscenity show, on satellite or something, it would be one continuous string of this morning. Wow.
Well, we were waiting for the delay because he was late from being the blockade and protesters. The scan of the or diaper change, or whatever. But the scan of the house there. I don't think there's. Maybe there's a couple people I was interested in seeing. The rest of them are all. They all just need to go home.
The average age was 112 in that chamber last night. Oh, did they take the average age? Yeah, it was only 112? 112. Oh, okay. Surprised.
Yeah, when he got there, they brought in the cabinet. I guess they must have had a bus load. Bus shipped over with the cabinet. So many of those people that do nothing.
Right. Except help him destroy America. That was, I think, third on the cycle of the day. Then his opening statement came, and you knew we were in for a ride.
My fellow Americans, in January 1941, Franklin Roosevelt came to this chamber to speak to the nation. He said, I address you at a moment unprecedented in the history of the Union. Hitler was on the march.
Must be a way.
War was raging in Europe. President Roosevelt's purpose was to wake up Congress and alert the American people that this was no ordinary time. Freedom and democracy were under assault in the world. Tonight, I come to this same chamber to address the nation. Now, it's we who face an unprecedented moment in the history of the Union. And yes, my purpose tonight is to wake up the Congress and alert the American people that this is no ordinary moment either. Not since President Lincoln and the Civil War have freedom and democracy been under assault at home as they are today. What makes our moment rare is that freedom and democracy are under attack both at home and overseas at the very same time.
All right, there's to discuss concerning this. Your thoughts, if you'd like to share them. Just a little bit this morning. Or maybe a month. Triple 893. Let me tell you about the Jay's case, though. You remember a time when finally medications didn't get rationed in the United States? Wasn't that long ago. Unless you're Joe Biden, you probably remember it really well. It used to be something that happened in other countries. Third world nation problems. That's not our problem. Well, now it is. And that's why there's the Jay's case. You get a bacterial infection of some kind, you'll have this on hand. You don't have to worry about amoxicillin not being available at your pharmacy. You start taking your flight of antibiotics and knock it out. Plus, they have a bunch of add-ons that you can use, including ivermectin, which is fantastic. You can customize it to your specifications. You can give a gift card to somebody, to a loved one, and they can customize it to their specifications. So go to JaceMedical.com, enter the promo code PAT at checkout, and you'll save on your order. That's promo code PAT at JaceMedical.com.
This is Pat Gray Unleashed.
Sure is, and thank you for noticing. Thanks for being here. So, Biden continued with his onslaught of hatred. Yeah, we did. Well, not two. Only one had him speaking. Right.
That's correct.
But three. But Biden quoted Reagan and attacked Trump on Russia. Here's what happened there.
But now, the system of Ukraine is being blocked by those who want to walk away from our world leadership. It wasn't long ago when a Republican president named Ronald Reagan thundered,
"Are you kidding
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall."
Which they all hated at the time, by the way.
Now my predecessor,
What you doing there, Roxy?
a former Republican president, tells Putin, quote, "Do whatever the hell you want."
No.
That's a quote. That's a quote. A former president actually said that, bowing down to a Russian leader. I think it's outrageous, it's dangerous, and it's unacceptable.
And it's a lie, by the way. And it's a lie. That's not what he said. That shouldn't be legal. Right. It should not be legal.
It's the Negro Good Morning. Roxy has to go to go. That little son of a bitch ran out.
Oh, no, not that. I was going to tell you, don't let that. Maybe you told me it wasn't coyotes around here. Listen, don't let your animals up. Well, if you get killed by a coyote at night, the lady saw a dog in the market going to coyotes. They're all around our area now. This was out further once this was down in front of us. I only left enough food for a cat. Yeah, I didn't see them. They might have killed him. Oh, well, you got yeah, you never in our life had coyotes, ever. I don't know where they're coming from. Never had a problem with coyotes. Now be careful when they get out first. I watch for him. He never goes out unless I let him. I stand there with the broom. I chase him away. Yeah, I just read that today. She said there's a whole pack of them. Like 10 minutes from here. Shit out and blowing out.
I didn't let him out. He ran out. Well, nothing.
There's
That's it.
coyotes are out in the day. Shit, at night.
This is so funny.
I kicked his ass away from the door.
Sonia, let me tell you something.
I told you that the other day.
Shut up. I'm holding the door open for her to go out. He comes leaping out of nowhere, okay? It wasn't like he was standing by the door. I have kept him in many times. I don't let him out at night. Well, I don't let him out at night usually. I didn't go here, Reg, go out. Son of a bitch went out because she was taking her ass.
I should have told you that before.
I don't need you to tell me that. I know there's shit running around here at night. That's why I don't let him out at night. Don't you understand? I'm not stupid. I get this thing called next door to Mosburg. They're always taking pictures of them around here. I'd like to know why animal control isn't running around.
I'd like to know where they're coming from.
Come from the woods.
They never had coyotes.
What you need to do is have animal control, kill them. Luckily, it's starting to rain. He's getting back in.
Do you think that thing can jump that way?
Nah.
The thing's all nice. I
No. No. They don't like dogs.
She just puts the babies and has small dogs.
Yeah, I can see that, but coyotes aren't that big.
They couldn't get hurt if they did not.
Possible. They could get past our fence. They're not going to jump over the fence. Red came in anyhow. It's starting to rain. He either went and did his thing or was like, oh, it's raining. Amen. That's probably why we don't have any rabbits.
I know. We used to have rabbits all the time. Every day I see a rabbit. I haven't seen a rabbit in forever. Well, what about the squirrel? I've always seen the red squirrel. The little squirrel. I haven't seen the big squirrel. Have you?
I don't know.
Have you seen the
Yes.
I've only seen the little one. Jack, you better not come out. Don't even think about it, because you ain't got a chance of it. It's stupid. That stupid Nikolai, he got out. He went right up to the coyote. They think it was his family.
You gotta see this. Come here.
You know that?
Yes.
Huh?
Yeah, you gotta see this picture.
What?
I want you to see this picture. It's ridiculous.
Nikolai would run right up to a coyote. You wouldn't be afraid.
Stop. He's not going out. No way. Look at that predator. They're not going out there. Forget it.
What picture?
It's on the TV.
I don't have my real picture. Grab my real basket, please. Right by your arm.
Arm.
It's not really.
I'm in the living room.
It's in the living room.
Yeah.
The house is right there.
My arm.
That's the basket too.
I don't see any black thing here. Oh, I see it. Come here. Hurry up, Mako. No way. This is so stupid. Talk about clickbait. The other night when I couldn't sleep when I was getting panic attacks, I went to movies of Raymond, right? Look at this. That is such bullshit. To make you go, oh, what? I gotta see that. The Wings 1999.
Can you sue them for that?
Oh, but can you imagine?
He can sue them.
They're really nailing Biden on. I'll show you something.
They said he was all hopped up.
Since I'm going to trade off, since I'm going to the thing for you tomorrow, I don't want to go there. I know you have to work.
We're going to trade me off first.
Tomorrow, I want to see the first 10 minutes of this Pat Gray show. Because they're talking about Biden, his speech, and they're breaking him over the coals, but in a funny way.
I saw it.
No, not Pat Gray.
I have to go to sleep.
You should see, and the reason why I found that picture was they had a picture that said she wasn't allowed on the Tonight Show after this. And it was a picture of, like, half the face was Johnny Carson. And Johnny Carson had a freaking mustache.
It's both dogs in.
Who's Rebecca Ferguson?
Yeah. They were showing that picture of that man that was on the other side sitting of Kamala Harris. You know the one?
Yeah, he's the Speaker of the House.
He was disgusted, had a disgusted look on his face the whole time.
I
Did
know.
you see that?
Yes.
He was disgusted. Don't make us too loud. I gotta find my headphones. That guy's. I have to.
No, Red.
It's unbelievable.
Charge this.
Jack, you're not going outside where the coyotes are. You're looking at it around.
I'm gonna charge the mouse.
Nikolai would run right up to him.
Good night, Nikolai's mom. You love me. I said you love me. You love me? Ha ha ha! You had to say you love me. Ha 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 ha. Sonia said love me.
It's Friday, so you know what that means. Let's welcome tonight's guest. He's the only one on the panel who still looks like author and Fox News contributor got Tim. And finally, he trims his beard with a grazing flock of sheep. New York Times bestselling author, comedian, and former NWA world champion, Byron. Before we get to some news stories, let's do this. Leftovers. It's Leftovers, where I read the jokes we didn't use this week, and as always, it's my first time reading them. So if they suck, we'll force Joe Mackey to eat a bucket of mayonnaise with his toes. All right. So during the State of the Union Thursday night, President Biden said wealthy people should pay their fair share of taxes. Not so fast, says one man. But after Joe Biden's hyper-frenetic speed read of his speech, it's safe to say authorities now know who the White House coat belongs to. All in all, however, Republicans have to admit Joe's got something their candidate doesn't. A good dealer. Also, during the speech, a protester stood up and screamed unintelligibly. What a jerk. Didn't he know the only person who can do that at the State of the Union is the president? Meanwhile, more than a dozen Democratic congresswomen wore white to bring attention to women's rights. Oh, I'm sorry, those were Biden's nurses. One hit. Democrats scolded Biden for referring to the murderer of Lincoln Riley as an illegal. Talk about priorities. Next thing you know, they'll scold MSNBC for calling a mental patient a TV host. Unnecessary, but good. 57-year-old Mike Tyson will face 27-year-old Jake Paul in a boxing match that will stream on Netflix. Tyson says he plans to kick the fit out of him. Hope he's not watching. Fans are looking forward to an exciting fight, or as the New York Times calls it, another young white man beating up an elderly black male. Pittsburgh area nudist group is renting out an alley for a naked bowling night. All participants are asked to keep an eye on their own ball bags. 9 Jehovah's Witnesses in Russia have been convicted for their religious beliefs, but lawyers think they won't enter prison as no one will answer the door for them. A Florida man has pleaded guilty to illegally selling thousands of turtles. The judge rejected his claim for leniency since business was slow. That's for the kids. You can clip that out and they can listen to that one. Outrage after an Oklahoma school held a fundraiser where it had students lick peanut butter off each other's toes. School officials defended the practice, saying you need peanut butter to go with the toe jam. This week, Harrison Ford got a colonoscopy to the Indiana Jones theme song. In a related story, Richard Gere got a colonoscopy to the theme song to Alvin and the Chipmunks. Joke will never go away, will it? Not even true. Anyway, you remember Rose Montoya, the transgender influencer who went topless at a White House event? Rose now says his dog is also trans because he was neutered. I guess that means Prince Harry is trans too. New reports say that a Jack Russell Terrier bit off a man's penis. But police are working effortlessly to return the penis back to its owner. It's been attacked by dogs. The New York Times is being sued after firing an employee in need of brain surgery. True, imagine if the Times did that to every employee in need of brain surgery. It would be empty, like that stock photo. An empty office. Thank you. This weekend, we're supposed to set our clocks forward an hour for daylight savings time. That means you lose an hour, which means more to some people than others. New data shows that more people have been killed on New York City's subway system since the start of 2020 than in the 15 years prior. But as Mayor Adams points out, it's never been easier to get a seat. Grim. John Kerry says people would feel better about the war in Ukraine if Russia would reduce its emissions. People would also feel better if John Kerry would go back to his home on Easter Island. I'll take it. The Veterans Health Administration has overruled plans to ban the famous VJ Day photo because it didn't meet today's standards for consent. Apparently, Rima Ann Nelson, the bureaucrat behind the ban, doesn't like semen. What? It's a Navy. It's in the Navy, guys. Finally, on The View last week, Whoopi Goldberg fantasized about Joe Biden jailing every Republican, while Joy Behar fantasized about the usual. Don't applaud that. I don't need your mercy clap. Now to the news. Biden was feeble, but at least he said illegal. And so Democrats boo because Biden said something true. It's time for... So last night, President Biden addressed the nation in his State of the Union. Too bad the nation was Ukraine. But then he took indirect swipes at Trump and contrasted saving democracy against the threat of extremism. You could see it coming. Without achievements, all you have are attacks. But it makes you wonder, which president is the one that's out for revenge? The one having fun while being sued, or the other shouting at the sky like a stranded castaway at passing planes? Biden seems to want to settle more scores than a geriatric John Wick. Of course, afterwards, Democrats cherry-pick moments of clarity, and the rest of us point out what's left. The endless, accelerated gibberish spewing from Biden's pie hole. It was all sound and fury, signifying senility. But it's all part of a theatrical display of tribal pickleball, a back and forth of groans and cheers, which is why Trump seems so weird being part of it to begin with. Who knew that a game show host tycoon was the one who couldn't fit into this asinine artifice? But there was one moment that crystallized what we're dealing with here. It's the unforgivable, repellent response to this car crash moment. Watch.
It's not about him. It's not about me. I'd be a winner. Not really. Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. That's right. But how many of the thousands of people being killed by illegals? To her parents, I say, my heart goes out to you, having lost children myself.
You catch any of that? First, Joe called Laken Riley, the murdered nursing student, Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley. I mean, I don't blame him. It's probably the first time he even heard of the poor girl. And I give him points for trying. The bar is so low for Joe. I'm grateful he didn't call her Charles Nelson Riley. But were the media and the libs pissed off at that? No. That would mean they actually have a heart. What was worse than mangling the victim's name was mislabeling her vicious attacker, her vicious killer. Here's Nancy expressing disgust over Joe's use of the word illegal to describe Laken's killer.
Now, you should have said undocumented, but that's not a big thing, okay? What's the big thing about it?
No, I actually wasn't even going to ask about that. I was just going to ask more about the moment, but you do think that he should have said undocumented? That wasn't my question.
Well, we usually say undocumented. He said illegal.
Think about that. The takeaway for CNN anchor Dana Bash is the word allocated for a murderer, not the president's ignorance and ambivalence over the victim. Feelings of murderers matter more than their victims or their families. But remember, these are the same people who chastise anyone who misgenders murderous men who claim to be women. We must comply to their evil demands, even if they don't comply to the laws of humanity. Leave it to the New York Times to chime in, quote, Mr. Biden's use of the term triggered immediate backlash from liberal Democrats and immigration advocates who accuse the president of dehumanizing undocumented migrants by highlighting the killing and using the term illegal. So Biden accidentally told the truth and called an illegal immigrant an illegal, and the media pounces. Come on, guys. It's not like Joe let a criminal into the country who murdered a jogger. Oh, wait, he did. So Joe butchers a young woman's name who was already butchered by someone who got in because Joe butchered the border. And the press isn't angry that Laken Riley was brutally murdered. They're angry that somebody noticed. But how's Joe taking all of this the day after his speech?
Yeah. I feel really good, man. I feel really good. I don't really remember it, but I had both guns blazing. I heard the yell. I had the whisper. I heard the yell. I had the whisper. And then come November, I got an October surprise. I'll put them all together, and I'm going to debut the Whisper.
Guy, I'm aware it was way past your bedtime, but I'm sure you were able to stay up extra late to watch the address. What did you make of it? What were the high and lows for you?
So, I know it's my job to watch something like this and then opine on it, but yesterday was my birthday.
Oh.
So I gave myself the gift. Thank you.
And so what's it like turning 25?
He's just bitter because he wasn't invited to the Sweet 16. We would have let you in anyway. Chuck E. Cheese has very strict security. But I gave myself the birthday gift of not watching the State of the Union address. And I feel like I'm standing by that decision. That whole spectacle that you just showed about Laken Riley and the back and forth with the member of Congress decked out in red, I'm sort of glad to have missed all of that. The thing that is sort of interesting about the parsing around using the term illegal, I feel like, and you alluded to this, if you come into the country illegally and then you go to multiple cities and commit multiple crimes, culminating in a murder, I think at some point you have earned the word illegal.
Right.
And for on multiple levels. And for people to be upset about that shows you how demented our politics are right now. Deeply, deeply demented.
Yeah. By assigning xenophobia to using the phrase illegal, it protects any corrective response against their ideology.
He's a newcomer, right?
Yeah.
He's a newcomer.
He's a newcomer. David, good to see you as always. I'm sure you were glued to the TV in your tiny hovel. In your bed sit.
It's true. I have a small apartment. But I tell you, I thought Biden was on fire last night.
Yeah.
I mean, by that I mean I thought he looked like a burn victim. Like, what's going on with his actual face?
I didn't know.
I mean, we are being ruled by. Did you see the shot? Even all the Congress people, it's like we're being ruled by Halloween decorations.
Back and forth with the member of Congress decked out in red. I'm sort of glad to have missed all of that. The thing that is sort of interesting about the parsing around using the term illegal, I feel like, and you alluded to this, if you come into the country illegally and then you go to multiple cities and commit multiple crimes, culminating in a murder, I think at some point you have earned the word illegal.
Right.
And on multiple levels. And for people to be upset about that shows you how demented our politics are right now. Deeply, deeply demented.
Yeah. By assigning xenophobia to using the phrase illegal, it protects any corrective response against their ideology.
He's a newcomer, right?
Yeah.
He's a newcomer.
He's a newcomer. David, good to see you as always. I'm sure you were glued to the TV in your tiny hovel. In your bed sit.
It's true. I have a small apartment. But I tell you, I thought Biden was on fire last night.
Yeah.
I mean, by that I mean I thought he looked like a burn victim. Like, what's going on with his actual face?
I didn't know.
I mean, we are being ruled by. Did you see the shot? Even all the Congress people, it's like we're being ruled by Halloween decorations.
It's so true.
It's an issue for me.
It is. They're sitting there taking selfies. This is what kills me. As he's walking in, they're all getting in to take selfies, and these are people that should not have pictures of themselves around.
No.
Hideous.
It's disgusting.
If they can't take care of themselves, how can they represent us?
It's a nightmare. And I didn't even know what he said in the speech. I turned the captions on and it just said, "You tell me."
Nicely done.
Thank you.
Shall I move on now, or do you have anything else you'd like to say?
Yeah, that's about it. I peaked.
Knowing when to go is always the best.
Yeah.
Kat, how were you watching this? Was it? I get the sense that you have the same feeling that we all do. With this is just
save some Adderall for the rest of us.
Yeah.
That's what I felt. He was super fired up for sure, and there is an Adderall shortage, so I felt like I was being taunted almost. The guy that was yelling, that ran in, he was actually a Gold Star father,
right?
Whose son was killed in Afghanistan,
right?
And then the man was arrested.
Exactly.
So I feel like whenever he comes down from whatever he was on last night, the first thing he should do is have all those charges be dropped immediately.
Mm-hmm.
I also think when I was watching it, the fact that he started with Ukraine, I thought that I missed some because I was watching it in bed. I the cat here, the dog here. I was watching it, and I was like, I missed the beginning. I wasn't paying attention. I was like, oh no, that is what he decided.
Yeah, that was the starting point.
That's his starting point. How about when you're the president of a country, you start by talking about your own country?
Yeah.
That seems to me like that's what I would go with.
Right, exactly. And the great things about the country, even if you want to talk about our country's border first or second, but not the Ukraine's border, and then going into threats to democracy abroad and home, how we work that together.
It's just so weird, all the Democrats standing and cheering for war. I was like, things have changed.
Yeah.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
January 6th was a disgrace. American citizens attacked their own government. They used terrorism to try to stop a specific piece of domestic business they did not like. fellow Americans beat and bloodied our own police. They stormed the Senate floor. They tried to hunt down the Speaker of the House. They built a gallows and chanted about murdering the Vice President. They did this because they'd been fed wild falsehoods by the most powerful man on earth. Because he was angry he lost an election. Former President Trump's actions preceded the riot for a disgraceful dereliction of duty.
You are a piece of shit.
I am endorsing Donald J. Trump. You know, the one thing we cut off there, and maybe it's not fair to Mitch, is at the end of it, right after that, he broke into a rousing tune, had a band of it, Happy Days Are...
Of the 2020 election. For the first time since October 2016, President Trump will share the stage.
Be legal. Right. It should not be legal to be able to lie about your predecessor in that way, especially with something that incendiary. Right? I mean, you're accusing him of just throwing that out there, right? As if he just supports Vladimir Putin. Do whatever the hell you want. That's fine. That's great. When I get into office, you can do whatever you want. That's not what he said. He was being rhetorical, talking about NATO contributions and warning the NATO countries that you better pay up or, you know, we're not going to help you when the time comes. That's what he was saying. Right. He wasn't saying, Vladimir Putin, do whatever the hell you want. That is...
I know.
It's outrageous.
He said he lays the groundwork with the quote from Reagan.
Yeah, right.
And then like, oh, that's absolutely not true.
And that, of course, demonstrates how far afield the Republican Party has gone. Okay. Jeez. Outrageous. And this is the guy who was going to unite the country, right? You remember, we're not enemies, we're friends, and...
well, he's uniting NATO. And, you know, expanding NATO, because that's the most important thing there is.
Shout out to Sweden last night.
Right. Yeah. And they're
Finland,
good fighters, too.
What? And was it the guy from
Finland?
There?
Yeah.
Yeah. Finland.
Punching above their weight.
He did give the shout out to Sweden, but the guy from Finland was there next to Jill, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah, because Finland, they were the latest country to be officially added, and I think we're about to add Sweden. Isn't that how it works?
Sure.
Whatever. NATO's my top priority.
It is for him.
It is. I know it. Also, he had that line, and he's used this in the past. You can't love your country only when you win.
Yes, he did.
All right, here he is.
The threat to democracy must be defended. My predecessor and some of you here seek to bury the truth about January 6th.
Threat to democracy.
I will not do that. This is the moment to speak the truth and to bury the lies. Here's the simple truth. You can't love your country only when you win.
Look how angry he is.
I know.
Look how divisive
that was the entire speech.
Yeah.
I mean, that entire time up there. So angry.
He hates. He hates us.
Yes.
Hates us.
Specifically.
Yes, me too. Yes. Yes. More than most, but he hates all of us. Any patriotic American. He loathes.
Yes, he does.
Do we want to skip 5? That's long, man. I don't want to listen to him that long uninterrupted.
Well, it's the Roe v. Wade stuff. Agonizing.
That guy.
Agonizing.
I've been beating up, I don't know what clip it is, but I mean, he beats up on the Supreme Court. Mm-hmm. And then he gives a shout out to the girl from Texas who had to travel.
No, you just gave us,
baby.
Yep, you just gave us the Cliff Notes version. See, we don't need it.
Yeah, let's hear it. Here it is.
Oh, no,
Like most Americans, I believe Roe v. Wade got it right.
Roe v. Wade.
I thank Vice President Harris for being an incredible leader defending reproductive freedom. So much more.
Pause it. Wouldn't you think that reproductive freedom means that you have the freedom to reproduce? What they're doing here is the freedom to stop reproductive rights. That's what they're trying to do.
Yes.
Change the language.
It's just like the gender affirming care, which doesn't affirm your gender. It changes it.
And by the way, and what has Vice President Harris done?
Right. What has she done?
What has she done?
Right.
In that regard.
She's been too busy at the border as the border czar.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's right. Sorry.
But both issues she's been brilliant on. All right.
Oliver.
Let's see the rest of this.
Oliver.
Oh, yay! Let's kill babies. Let's kill babies.
My predecessor came to office determined to see Roe v. Wade overturned. Jesus was overturned. Look at the chaos that has resulted.
Look at it. Look at it.
Joining us tonight is Kate Cox.
Oh.
Kate Cox. From Dallas. She's become pregnant again and had a fetus of a fatal condition.
Oh, no.
Her doctor told Kate that her own life and her ability to have children in the future. She didn't act. She's because Texas law banned her ability to act. Kate and her husband had to leave the state to get what she needed.
Oh, my gosh.
Should have never happened as well. But it's happening in too many others. There are state laws banning freedom to choose, criminalizing doctors, forcing survivors.
Nobody's criminalizing doctors.
Leave their state.
Shut up.
That they need. Many of you in this chamber, my predecessor, are promising to pass a national ban on reproductive freedom. My God, what freedom else would you take away?
What freedom else would you take away?
Overturn Roe v. Wade.
My God, what freedom else would you take away? What an idiot.
Electoral power.
Who the fuck gave anybody the right to kill their own baby?
Go to bed.
How much you
Said too much. No, Chevy's right. They abhor states' rights when it comes to something like protecting the life of children. But oh my gosh, all of a sudden they love states' rights when it comes to taking someone off with a ballot for president.
That's right.
Oh, I can't take it.
Any gun rights, any gun laws, they love that.
Those bragging about overturning Roe v. Wade have no clue about the power of women.
Really?
But they found out. Reproductive freedom was on the ballot. We won in 2022 and 2020, and we're winning again in 2024.
Big cough. Oh, that lower lip was trembling last night, too. I noticed. Sure was. Yeah, I noticed that, too. I've never noticed that on him. I don't know if he was ready to cry. That's just an age thing. No, he's 112. Man. Yeah, he's manifesting himself by making his mission shake. So nasty.
So, what do you have for
This man, just evil.
Okay, let's take a look at it.
That's probably, and I'm going to throw this out there, that's probably the reason he came to.
Yeah, well, it's one of them.
Keeping score at home, we've got 5 clips done and 11 to go.
That's not bad. No, I got plenty of time. He also promised to restore Roe v. Wade.
If you, the American people, send me a Congress that supports the right to choose, I promise you, I'll restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land again.
Good. You'll make sure we can continue to kill as many babies as possible. And we don't have that inconvenience where you have to actually travel to kill a baby. That can't stand.
No. If I can't go down to the corner.
Yeah. If I can't do a drive-in abortion clinic,
that's not
America.
He's got an interesting perspective because he knows how much of an inconvenience it is to change a diaper. He has to do that multiple times a day,
right, himself. So, you kill the babies, you're not going to have to change a lot of diapers.
You got it?
Right? Yeah. You just have to worry about this old guy. Then he talked about, of course, you knew it was coming, the lies about job creation and the economy.
Now our economy is literally the envy of the world. 15 million new jobs in just 3 years. A record.
Now it's 15 million. Wow. So it went from 14 to 15 million in about a month.
And he keeps using that line everywhere where he says our economy is now the envy of the world. You know, something you can really quantify. How much envy is there for America's economy?
Right. Right. I mean, anybody can say that. Could have said that during the Depression. It's the envy of the world. Is it? I mean, how do you prove that? All right, let's hear the rest.
Now our economy is literally the envy of the world. 15 million new jobs in just 3 years. A record.
A record.
Unemployment at 50-year lows. Record 16 million Americans are starting small businesses. Each one is a literal act of hope.
See, this is good news to him, right? And he's still angry.
Historic job growth and small business growth for Black and Hispanics and Asian Americans. 800,000 new manufacturing jobs in America and counting.
Shouldn't he be smiling when he says this?
We're we can't be the manufacturing capital of the world. We are. We will.
No. So
More people have health insurance today. More people have health insurance today than ever before.
Yeah, because there's more people than ever.
The racial wealth gap is the smallest it's been in 20 years. Wages keep going up, inflation keeps coming down.
Stop.
Inflation dropped from 5% to 3%. The lowest in the
So it's still going up. Yeah. And it was him that pushed it up to 9, by the way. Bragging about there's still inflation. Yeah, and it's still higher. What was it, 2.7 under Trump? I think when Trump left office, it was something like 2.7.
Prices certainly are coming down.
No, they're not. They're never going to come down again. He's destroying this country, as we've outlined many times. But then he touted the big infrastructure bill.
Thanks to our bipartisan infrastructure law, 46,000 new projects have been announced all across your communities. By the way, I noticed some of you strongly voted against it, or they're cheering on that money coming in. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Despicable. Despicable piece of garbage.
If any of you don't want that money in your district, just let me know. Modernize our roads and bridges, ports and airports, public transit system. Removing poisonous lead pipes so every child can drink clean water without risk of brain damage.
Every child? All right. Is he Michael Jackson all of a sudden?
Every child. Every child. I love the child. I love the children. I love the 12-year-old children. So does Joe, actually. What kind of freak would he?
That's good.
The 12-year-old children.
Yeah.
He does. He loves the child.
He does.
Love the children.
That's the problem. That's his Achilles heel, right there.
I love the child.
You could almost hear Michael Jackson giving that same rant.
In hindsight, if you had told him back at the White House there was an 11-year-old girl waiting for him at the podium, he would have been losing time.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Brought those protesters over.
I heard there was a little girl waiting for me.
All right, well, this has been fun. We'll continue.
I only have 8 left.
Okay. More of the wonderful State of the Union address from last night. Come on.
Hey, see nothing yet.
Pat Gray Unleashed.
Welcome. Thanks for being with us. Got some tweets here. Not a spooky dude tweets what an angry speech. I think we hit all the squares on the card for sure. I bet the shouting was at 5. Somebody told us that the Vegas had the number of times he shouted at 5 in the over/under. I don't know if there's an actual official
that was
line on that.
The entire speech.
But he shouted way more than 5 times. You should have taken the over on 5. Jules QOTP. The best part of the State of the Union speech was when it ended. Yep. Jimmy Dipple's freedom is under assault by you. Hold on, Mama. How is this time unprecedented if it happened during I don't think that word means what he thinks it means. Right?
I don't think it means what you think it means.
So he also promised to expand Obamacare during the speech.
Well, that's what we did. That'll fix it.
Yeah. Finally.
I thought more people than ever were on health.
Well, he did say that. but here's cut 9.
Over 100 million of you can no longer be denied health insurance because of pre-existing conditions. Well, my predecessor, many in this chamber, want to take their prescription drug away by repealing the Affordable Care Act.
We had our chance. John McCain, thank you so much.
Not going to let that happen. We stopped you 50 times before we will stop you again. I'm not only protecting you, I'm expanding it. $800 per person per year. Healthcare costs. I want to make that savings permanent.
Oh, wow. The savings we got from Obamacare, remember that? I remember this. $2,500 a month per year per family. Yeah, wow. In fact, it cost people more. Nobody saved. It was more expensive. And it was garbage insurance coverage. And yet he wants to expand it. Good. Then he goes to work on America's companies, I guess, with the shrinkflation stuff. The shrinkflation is due to him.
Right.
This is a problem he caused.
It's been happening. Well, it's been a major problem as of late.
And I was
but it has been happening.
That in this little clip here, we didn't get our obligatory Cookie Monster reference. And so when I tweeted that out last night, great observation, Pat Head responded, well, the speech was written before the Cookie Monster obsession. Otherwise, it would absolutely be in there.
Yeah.
But he got everything else in there, the Snickers and whatever.
Too many corporations raise prices to pad the profits, charging more and more for less and less. That's why we're cracking down on corporations that engage in price gouging and deceptive pricing, from food to healthcare to housing. In fact, snack companies think you won't notice if they change the size of the bag and put a hell of a lot fewer, same size bag, fewer chips in it. No, I'm not joking. It's called shrinkflation. Pass Bobby Casey's bill and stop it.
Yeah, Bobby Casey.
I really mean it.
I really want to take control of American corporations. I really mean it. I really mean it. I want to become a dictator and tell people how to do business. I really mean it. I'm not joking. Yeah, we got it. We do. I got it. Yeah, democracy is under threat. Freedom and democracy are under a threat from this guy.
I think you won't notice the people have chips in the bag because they tell you on the outside of the bag, which you mandate, by the way. Yeah. The size and how much is in the product.
Let's tell to on the product. Last month, Casey introduced the Shrinkflation Prevention Act, which would penalize corporations that deceive customers by selling smaller slices of their products without lowering the prices. That's your prerogative as a business.
Sure is.
Which would crack down on corporate price gouging.
Howdy.
You look ridiculous. Okay, if a Snickers bar has indeed shrunk, and it goes from 50 cents to 55 cents. Is that price gouging? They put the weight on the package. They describe products in every package. And I don't like it. I don't want them to. But it's their business.
This has been happening since Obama. Obama is when they changed the size of ice cream cartons.
Yeah.
Right.
So you can do that. When the prices of everything go up because of inflation, because of his policy, then talk to me so many times. Then the companies have to. All right, so we eat the profit, erode that cost, and make less money and do less business, or we price gouge Americans. I'd love to know how he would body the price gouging. My gosh. Well, we never do. No. I'll never forget in Texas, when the nasty during, I don't know, one of those anyway, it's when it was when all the Houstonians, not all of them, but 3 million of them tried to gas station who had gas. Normally, they didn't have it, but when they got it, they charged a lot for it. Supply and demand. It went up to $15 a gallon. Okay, well, I'm going to pay that. Not paying it.
I need some gas.
Right. It's my decision. I either run out of gas or I pay the $15.
And then you can let the free market sort it out, and later on, you can penalize that company by not using them. Right now, you need that, and it's worth $15 a gallon. And if you want to talk about price gouging, let's talk about actually being a captive audience inside of an airport. But you'll never hear a politician argue about an airport pricing scheme.
Or event pricing.
I mean, it's a boondoggle for them locally.
Yes, stop. So, I don't know who's, I think it was unprecedented that they actually charged that.
Pricing too, right? Yeah, we're charging.
I mean, any sports stadium in America, and buy a bottle of wine. I wonder if it's going to be about $7 or $8. Right. Come on. That happens everywhere.
Like during a storm, it's price gouging, my friend.
Yeah.
Okay. And I mean, here in Texas, I mean, people complain enough that you can take water bottles inside. And you know what? If they say you can't take water bottles inside, then you can make a decision as a consumer to not go to these games. It's like, all right, I don't want to be uncomfortable. I don't want to be $10 a
That's right. And just don't go. That's how the free market works.
Freedom of choice, right?
People choose. And the choice they make will reflect on the business. If they're charging you too much, you don't go there anymore. And they will eventually go out of business. You let that free market work its way through, and these kinds of things are taken care of, but we can't let that happen anymore. Can't let it happen. So we finally got to the border. The border is secure, and we know that, which is great. So we secured the border, and then he talked about the border bill. Of course, the Republicans were standing in his way. He wants so desperately to lock him down. To lock him down. Damn Republicans. You know, for decades now, maybe even centuries, they've been trying to keep that border wide open.
Yeah, and he's during this moment of speech, he's waiting for someone to, say her name. MTG obliged.
Yeah, he kept the pin, right? I mean, she gave him the pin on the lockdown.
Yeah, and he was waiting.
Yep, here it is.
Lincoln Riley.
Lincoln,
an
the Southern
innocent young
name,
woman who was killed by an illegal. That's right. But how many of thousands of people being killed by illegals? To her parents, I say, my heart goes out to you, having lost children myself.
Oh, of course.
I understand.
Of course, we got that.
But look,
I lost a child myself.
If we change the dynamic at the border, people pay these smugglers $8,000 to get across the border.
So
because they know they can buy and better in the country. It's 6 to 8 years before they have a hit.
That's your
Bro, worth taking the chance at $8,000. But if it's only 6 months, 6 weeks, the idea is it's highly unlikely that people will pay that money and come all that way.
Well, make it 0 weeks.
I would respectfully suggest my Republican friends get this bill done. We need to act now.
So he had no respect for anybody at any point. So don't give me this. I don't respect
Look what started trending last night during the speech. A name that he did say, which was Lincoln Riley.
Was USC's football coach killed by an illegal? I don't think so.
Lincoln Riley.
Oh my God, he did it twice.
I loved how he kept it.
Yep. He was waiting for it. And he never corrected it. He has no idea who's Lincoln Riley. He doesn't know the story. He doesn't care. He doesn't care at all.
And I saw this morning that Nancy Pelosi was being pissed because he said illegal.
By the way, earlier in the day, yesterday, 170 House Democrats voted against the Lincoln Riley Act, refusing to require the detention and deportation of illegal immigrants who have been caught committing a crime. In other words, hey, you commit a crime here, you're absolutely getting your ass hauled out of here. 170 Democrats voted against that.
Wow. Jeez.
It's infuriating, dude.
Yeah, yes, it is.
Were there seats? I know the parents were invited and they said no.
Oh, wow.
You know, when you looked up there, were there seats empty? I probably might have looked up there because when he looked up to
Not enough chips in a bag? All right, let's listen to a babble about the CHIPS Act.
Thanks to our Chips and Science Act, the United States is investing more in research and development than ever before. During the pandemic, the shortage of semiconductors, chips, that drove up the price of everything from cell phones to automobiles. And by the way, we invented those chips right here in America.
Yeah, your interior decorator on this.
Well, instead of having an important
mining here,
private companies are now investing billions of dollars in little new chip factories here in America.
He's fine, though.
Creating tens of thousands of jobs.
He's got a
But
stutter.
many of those jobs paying $100,000 a year and don't require a college degree.
and when he's talking about job creation, he gets angry. Yeah. Sit down to job, girl.
In fact, my policies have attracted $600 billion in private sector investment. Clean energy, advanced manufacturing, creating tens of thousands of jobs here in America.
I wonder how they come to these numbers. I'd love to see the calculation on that.
Yeah.
$650 billion because of him? No.
From him?
No. Jeez. So that's the CHIPS Act.
Yeah.
Which we've all been screaming about all this time.
Which in retrospect, that should be Bob Casey's Bill's name, right?
The CHIPS Act. Yes. Yeah, the CHIPS Act. Or the Snickers Act. How would you like to be the Mars Corporation right now? And you got the president attacking you every day. Every day.
When he wants to tax them. Oh, he wants to raise their taxes right to end of time until they pay their fair share.
Yeah.
Until he wants.
Right. Right. Wow.
And he wants to. And, I mean, this is a continuation of his hate.
Right. Well, mercifully, there was an end.
Yeah, kind of.
Sort of. But here's his closing remarks.
My fellow Americans, the hardest issue facing our nation isn't how old we are, it's how old are our ideas.
He loves that line,
Hate,
too.
revenge, retribution are the oldest of ideas.
Oh,
But you can't lead America with ancient ideas, only take us back. You need America, the land of possibilities. You need a vision for the future and what can and should be done. Tonight you've heard mine.
The worst.
I see a future where defending democracy, you don't diminish it. I see a future where restoring the right to choose and protect our freedom, not take them away.
Except for corporations, they can't choose.
Oh, get ready for your tights.
I see a future
States can't choose.
No.
where the middle class finally has a fair shot, and the wealthy have to pay their fair share in taxes.
I see a future.
I
Okay,
see a
Marxist.
future where we save the planet from the climate crisis and our country from gun violence.
I see a future.
Above all,
Here we go. What?
I see a future for all Americans.
All.
I
Sure.
see a country
Except us.
for all Americans.
Do you?
I will always be president for all Americans.
Oh, my God.
Because I believe in America. I believe in you. You're the reason we've never been more optimistic about our future than I am now.
I see a future.
So let's build the future together. Let's remember who we are.
Wow.
We're the United States of America.
He has a nerve.
Nothing beyond our capacity. And we act together.
Wow.
God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
After bashing 50, 60, 70% of Americans for an hour, now all of a sudden he's the president of all Americans. And let's get together. After a debate, probably, I think certainly the most divisive ever delivered in the history of this nation, he has the unmitigated gall to make that proclamation at the end. Oh, jeez.
So he just talked about retribution. We can't go back. We can't govern like that. Bro.
That's all he's done.
Talk to the J6 prisoners.
Right.
I'm looking up here just to make sure that I know what the heck I'm saying here. Yeah, after the Civil War, Confederate generals and leaders were not generally prosecuted for their roles in the conflict. Yeah. So, in other words, what's happening to J6 prisoners right now is more than Confederate generals got after the Civil War as far as penalty.
Yeah.
Stop it, old man. Retribution isn't the way we do things around here.
No, he's the president of all Americans.
Thank you. He said it.
Yeah, you said it.
We have a lot of. Well, except for you.
Glenn Beck joins us here. You have something to say?
Effing a-hole.
Oh my God. Yes.
I could not.
I couldn't either.
Take it. I couldn't take it.
I know.
Oh, do you want to solve the border now? Oh, you want fentanyl to stop killing our people? Oh, my God.
That was the toughest to take of all time. I thought I got angry during the Obama speeches, the Clinton speeches.
Too.
Those are the most conservative speeches of all time compared to this guy.
Talking down to the American people and rubbing the nose of everybody who disagrees with him.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Oh, my God. Yeah, it's...
Isn't that fun? It's outrageous.
Right now.
So
cool.
Coming from a man that has to pay his fair share, I'll tell you.
Yeah, you've never paid taxes, so you can't relate to that.
No,
right?
Not at all.
All right, more coming up.
Pat Gray, Unleashed.
Pat Gray is here on the Blaze Radio Network.
Good morning, Americans. It's Friday.
And welcome to it. We just had a tremendous speech from our beloved president last night.
A couple more clips, too.
Will you join me on my show today, just because I don't think I can do it. I don't think it's too much.
How long is the delay over there on your show?
Today, 7.5 minutes.
I mean, this would be one string of obscenities if we could, if we did. If we did that on a regular basis, that's all you'd hear today.
I have to tell you, I don't know if you watched the coverage last night, but I could. I was right after this, and I couldn't take it. And I thought of the same thing that you just said, because what came out of my mouth was effing a-hole, except it was the whole thing. And Stu said, I've worked for him for 30 years, and I don't think I've ever heard him say that on the air. And I'm like, no, I haven't. But it was all that I could think of, and I walked away from the microphone.
So you said it on?
Oh, yeah.
On the air?
Oh, yeah. Oh. Never said that. I'm not real proud of it, but yet fits.
Yeah, it does.
And I walked away from the microphone, and I thought, if I were doing a podcast, no broadcast, and I had to do a podcast today without the FCC rules, I don't think I would make it through.
Yeah, the internet was made for reaction to that speech last
Oh, my gosh. Yeah. Oh, my gosh. I've never... I just never seen anything quite so evil.
No, I know. Right. That's the word that really does fit.
And his priorities, the first 20 minutes.
Ukraine 6th fashion.
Or January 6th, Donald Trump didn't care about COVID.
We have that clip. Matter of fact,
all right.
We have that right now. Here he is.
4 years ago next week, before I came to office, the country was hit by the worst pandemic and the worst economic crisis in a century. Remember the fear, record losses, none of the spikes in crime and the murder rate, raging virus that took more than 1 billion American lives, loved ones, billions left behind, a mental health crisis of isolation and loneliness.
Yeah.
A president, my predecessor, failed the most basic presidential duty that he owes to American people, the duty to care.
Oh, wow.
I think that's unforgivable.
Wow.
I would just like to point out that more people died from COVID under Biden's plan.
Yeah. Oh, by far.
Yeah.
By far.
And just, by the way, the unprecedented violence, the woman sitting behind them was bailing them out. You know who I really liked last night, though? I don't really know enough about it to be able to really know.
The people trying to block him from getting to the White House.
No. Mike Johnson. I loved his. I thought it would have. He did, and I thought at one point he was going to get up and walk. And I think this is why
should have.
Yeah, I know. This is why I'm not in politics. I would have.
Yeah,
I would have.
I would too.
Yep. It was incomprehensible.
It was.
It really was.
Yeah,
It was so bad. It was
that
the
would've
worst
been
of all
awesome
time.
Had he walked out, though.
It would have.
I mean,
That
Pelosi,
would've been the whole Republican Party would have done it too.
you know, Pelosi
If he
gets to
would've
rip
gone
up
up,
the speech.
yeah, should have. Yeah.
Right? Pelosi ripped up Trump's speech.
Yeah.
So I think
right.
we need to step up our game, and the Republican speaker needs to just set fire.
Did Biden
just to
fart
walk
during
over.
the State of
Just-
the Union address?
Just shaking your head.
Yep.
You know,
Get
on
up
some
and
on
everybody
walkout.
together.
Just
leave.
walk out. Just walk
That
out.
would have been great.
Yeah, that would have been awesome.
That would have been great. I mean, spend an hour bashing all of them in that room.
Yeah.
And us as the American people.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So that would have been
We're
a strong
extremists.
statement.
Yes, it would have been. Yeah, you notice he was 20 minutes late
Yeah.
because they had blocked all of the paths to the Capitol.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
He never mentioned them.
No, he didn't.
They put the fence up around the Capitol. Why? Because they knew those guys were there.
Yep. That wasn't to protect you from the J6
Right.
QAnon people.
I couldn't. This is
Don't put
where
a
I mean,
fence
I
up
just,
at our border, though.
Just
That was-
around the Capitol.
right.
I can't. I can't. We're very close to proving something on January
Did
6th.
Biden fart
Very
during the
close.
State of the Union address?
That is regime changing.
Got it. Here's some videos.
It will be the biggest crime in American history. We are this close.
Really?
Yes.
I like
And
That's
if
exciting.
it's true, I don't say it because I don't know that it's true yet. But if it is true, I mean, when he was talking about January 6th and, you know, those people and what those people were doing and things, and knowing what I know,
Just as much of a threat.
I
bury the truth.
oh my gosh, blood was shooting out of my eyes.
I love how he proclaims to be the arbiter of truth.
Yes.
While lying about it, even as he's making the claim.
Hey,
It's amazing.
Pat, is inflation going down when it's 9% inflation one year?
Right.
And then the very next year, it's 3% inflation. What is the actual rate of inflation?
Seems like 9 plus 3, 0?
No.
Negative
12.
Huh.
12.
Really?
So he's saying inflation's going down and these companies are doing shrinkflation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the price of the raw materials is up 12%.
You have to make a choice.
Right.
Do we eat it? Do we not make profit? Or do we raise the price?
Bob, let me ask you, if the United States government decides to protect people by reducing their bank fees from $30 to $7, which is a loss, as he said, of $20 billion, do you think the banks that we all bailed out, do you think the banks are going to just go, oh man, he got us? Or are they going to raise the interest rate?
Of course they are.
On everybody.
Yes.
They're not going to walk away from $20 billion, you buffoon.
No, that's right. That's right. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. That was the toughest speech to ever get through.
Yes, it was.
For me.
And can you imagine being in the position of that poor Marine dad?
Yeah, that's
Steve Nakui, his son.
Good gosh.
Kareem Nakui, who died there.
1 in 13 who died at the gate in Afghanistan. And here's what happened last night as he couldn't take anymore, apparently.
And America is safer today than when I took office. The year before I took office, murder rates went up 30%. 30% they went up. The biggest increase in history. It was then, through my American Rescue Plan, which every American voted against.
Wow.
Yeah, so he was arrested for shouting Abbey Gate, 2nd Battalion, 1st Marines.
Oh, we did. Yeah. They did execute him, didn't they?
I think that's
today.
Today, good, because he's an extremist.
They wanted to torture him for a while first.
Yeah,
and then the execution is
right
later today. So.
Well, you know, that cat and mouse thing where the cat just plays with the mouse and torments the mouse
for a while.
He's very good at that.
Yes, he is. Yes.
Yeah.
We got a couple of graphs about the State of the Union speeches.
Oh, yeah. Put the top 10 longest.
Tells you a lot.
This one was close to landing in the top 10. What, just over an hour, you say, Jovi?
Okay, so Bill Clinton in 2000 spoke for an hour and 28 minutes. It's almost an hour and a half.
He loved your insults.
Longest ever. In 95, an hour 24, and then Donald Trump does the next two. Yeah, his were long. Those were good. I remember them being fairly long. Then Clinton again at number 5, followed by Trump again, then Clinton again, and then Joe Biden, the 8th longest speech. That does kind of surprise me at an hour and 13 minutes.
That was last year, yeah.
I think it was like an hour.
You know, I was reading the article. That
this one was just over an hour.
Yeah, the graph came from, I was reading the article.
You know you're lying. You can fact check over this lie 100 times.
When you started with people not having jobs.
It takes time, but the American people are beginning to feel it. Consumer studies show consumer confidence is soaring. Buy America has been the law of the land since the 1930s. Past administrations, including my predecessor, including some Democrats as well in the past, failed to buy America. Not anymore. On my watch, federal projects that you fund, like helping build American roads, bridges, and highways, will be made with American products and built by American workers.
We're supposed to believe that Donald Trump is true free trade? Is that what we're supposed to believe here?
Also, like, he's just now noting this as an idea.
Thanks to our Chips and Science Act. Investing more in research.
So a lot of American workers today building stuff in
during the pandemic, the shortage of semiconductors, chips, that drove up the price of everything from cell phones to automobiles.
I'm not kidding.
And by the way, we invented those chips right here in America.
It's like, that doesn't seem
well, instead of
regulation.
having them import them, private companies are now investing billions of dollars to build new chip factories here in America, creating tens of thousands of jobs. Many of those jobs paying $100,000 a year and don't require a college degree.
I mean, what do we have to do to get those jobs here? We basically just give billions and billions of dollars to companies that should be paying for stuff themselves.
Our policies have attracted $650 billion.
That was also called a lot of money before he got in office.
Advanced manufacturing, creating tens of thousands of jobs here in America.
Now he pays $6 for a carrot. It's different.
And thanks to our bipartisan infrastructure law, 46,000 new projects have been announced all across your communities. And by the way, I noticed some of you strongly voted against it, or they're cheering on that money coming in. I'm with you.
You never did that, right, Joe?
I'm with you. If any of you don't want that money in your district, just let me know. Modernize our roads and bridges, ports and airports, public transit systems.
I don't know if you're asking
Removing
me, but
pointless lead pipes so every child can drink clean water without risk of brain damage.
What about you? Are you doing all the water testing for them?
Affordable. Affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where you live. Urban, suburban, or rural communities in red states and blue states. Record investments in travel
Very
communities.
stiff, I will say.
Because
he
of my
has that
investment in
old
family
man
farm.
stiffness called the rigor mortis. Yeah, okay.
Because I invested in family farms led by my secretary.
I think he's actually wearing a toe tag just in case.
Those farms and their children and grandchildren want to leave home to make a living. It's transforming. Great comeback story.
You just order a shawarma.
Home to an auto plant for nearly 60 years. Before I came to office, the plant was on its way to shutting down.
But Packard?
Thousands of workers feared for their livelihoods. Hope was fading. Then I was elected to office, and we raised the Belvedere repeatedly with auto companies, knowing unions would make all the difference. The UAW worked like hell to keep the plant open and get these jobs back, and together we succeeded. Instead of auto factories shutting down, Auto factories reopening, the new state-of-the-art battery factories being built to power those cars.
He's saying this in the middle of a time where every electric vehicle startup is down over 90% of their stock price. Well, big company after big company are shutting down their EV programs or backing them off completely, and he's acting like this is a leak.
Maybe like the Ford F-150 electric lines that my friends work on that aren't producing anything because the engines are exploding.
Oh, they're exploding.
Well, yeah.
I know they have a lot of them on the lots. I just haven't been.
They're great cars, but it's
Yeah, the engine explodes.
yeah.
That actually isn't a great car. Just so you know, if they explode.
Yeah, if you live in Alaska. Well, he's talking about how the price of chips have gone down. They haven't. Have you rented a car lately, Joe?
Yeah.
Remember you used to be able to name your price?
Yeah.
No.
Great labor leader. Sean, where are you? Stand up.
Wow. Also, they're not made in Detroit where the UAW was. They're made in Tennessee because that's where Whitmer sent them. Not in the Union. Sorry, it's
A
personal.
third generation worker, UAW worker at Belvedere. Sean, I was proud to be the first president to stand on the picket line. And today, Dawn has a good job in her hometown, providing stability for her family and pride and dignity as well. Showing once again, Wall Street didn't build America. They're not bad guys. They didn't build it, though. The middle class built the country, and unions built the middle class.
I got rid of them. There's a huge piece of unions tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but
He's a lot, right?
there's nothing to. They're not going to be fooled by this.
Union members or union money?
Did he say the great lady?
I mean, votes.
When America gets knocked down,
Pretty sure
we
he did,
get
yeah.
back up.
Members, votes.
I know it's gonna get this good. All right, baby's all right.
That's America.
This is the passion. We're getting this. This is the juiced up Joe Biden. This is what you get in these speeches.
People.
If he could do this all the time, he would. He just can't.
Because of you are future America. Because of you.
That's what
Tonight,
I'm thinking.
you're proud to say the
Buttigieg
state of
smiled
our
like his
union is
vibrating
strong
massage
and getting
was
stronger. Tonight,
Literally none of them want it.
tonight, I want to talk about the future of possibility
Including God.
that we can build together. A future where the days of trickle-down economics are over, and the wealthy and the biggest corporations no longer get along with tax breaks. And by the way, I understand corporations. I come from a state that has more corporations invested than every one of your states in the United States combined. And I represented for 36 years. I'm not
So is he bragging about the Delaware
I grew up.
corporation registration program they have? Like that's an odd flex.
I understand corporation. I've worked in government for 250 years.
I was there when the corporation was invented.
What to do to make
I
sure
was
you're
never going to say anything racist that you heard it later to become president.
Americans pay more for prescription drugs than anywhere in the world. It's wrong, and I'm ending it.
Is it
I thought
what?
Obamacare was going to fix that.
Obamacare was going to fix it. He's already implemented multiple things he said was going to fix this, and now he's in year 4, and now he's going to do it. What idiot would believe this?
I would like someone to
For
fix
the
it.
law,
Did you do that?
like both
Yeah,
sides.
No, he
Not
can't.
one of you Republican buddies voted for it. We finally beat Big Pharma.
You did
Made
that.
it.
Instead of paying $400 a month or thereabouts for insulin with diabetes, it only costs $10 to make. They only get paid $35 a month now and still make healthy profit.
By the way, that was not in the bill that they passed.
Doesn't Donald Trump
What to do next?
He was talking
I
about
want to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for every American who needs it.
You said that last year, and you didn't get it done last year.
Yeah, just give him some time.
He's done.
He doesn't have more years.
He
Yeah.
has 4 more years to get all this stuff done.
Has any cabinet been more in bed with
Finally,
Big
we
Pharma?
got it done. We gave Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices on prescription drugs. Just like the VA is able to do for veterans.
Oh, yeah.
Not just saving seniors money, saving taxpayers money. We cut the federal deficit by $160 billion.
Is he angry about that?
Well, he's lying. I don't know if that's the...
Medicare.
That everybody switched to under-the-counter heroin.
Permanent prices to Big Pharma. This year, Medicare is negotiating lower prices for some of the costliest drugs on the market. to treat everything from heart disease to arthritis. It's now time to go further and give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices for 500 different drugs over the next decade.
Fentanyl, more fentanyl in the street.
We're negotiating with China to lower the prices of fentanyl coming across the border.
Black tar fentanyl.
It'll still be extremely profitable. Will not only save lives, it will save taxpayers another $200 billion. Starting next year,
does anyone believe this stuff? Like, I just can't imagine anyone does.
Most Americans wouldn't need insulin if they could afford to live on something other than Takis.
Blue heat Takis. Every kid's breakfast.
There's some poison. See it after school.
I'm going to get in trouble for saying that, but anyone to get in Air Force One and fly to Toronto, Berlin, Moscow.
Here's where he goes.
Even Moscow, probably. Bring your prescription with you, and I promise you I'll get it for you for 40% the cost you're paying now.
Hey, idiot, those people will make a lot less money than us, too. They don't care that they're getting it for 40% less.
The Affordable Care Act, the old Obamacare, it's still a very big deal.
I remember that. In the sense that it's driven insurance costs up.
Every 11 seconds. You've done a great job.
It's driven costs up, and your plan choices have gotten smaller and smaller. Yeah, other than that, it's working.
Can no longer be denied health insurance because of pre-existing condition.
What?
My predecessor, many in this chamber, want to take this prescription drug away by repealing the Affordable Care Act.
To be fair, they've not run on that in a very long time.
They have no backbone to it. None of them are running on it. Everybody on the other side of the aisle has given up on having a free market system.
We enacted tax credits of $800 per person per year, reduce health care costs for millions of working families. That tax credit expires next year. I want to make that savings permanent.
Has anyone noticed all these little things he's done for us? Like, why does only 18% of people think his policies have helped them if he's done all these amazing things?
Well, it's just us. We're just dumb.
Conservative.
Women are more than
Yeah.
half our
Oh,
population.
We're silly.
Research in women's health has always been underfunded. That's why we're launching the first ever White House initiative on women's health research, led by Jill. Doing an incredible job as First Lady.
Dr. Jill, you bastard. I worked hard for that title. Monster.
To be honest, like mammograms, we've done a lot. Save that. Guys were on board. Like we're fine. It's true, right? If you go in there, there's like clipped flowers. It's pretty.
No.
You never got a mammogram?
No, I'm not old enough.
For a mammogram?
I think it's like 40.
Is it?
Yes.
I didn't mean to be personal. I guess I'm the only one that goes. Good, my doctor's tricking me.
Rates come down. To one of their mortgages when they buy their first home.
No, it's right.
Or trade up.
You do have to see the proctologist every week.
Oh, goodness, right. Do you tip as well? I go to Arby's right behind. Well, yeah, not here.
And my administration
Dr. Dumpster
is also eliminating title insurance on federally backed mortgages. When you refinance your home, you can save $1,000 or more as a consequence.
How do you save $1,000 when it's 10% for the mortgage?
Cracking down on big landlords who use antitrust law, who break antitrust laws by price fixing and driving up rents. We've cut red tape so builders can get federally financing, which is already helping build
red tape to wrap around your neck when you see your mortgage
new housing units nationwide.
Afford a mortgage
Now pass.
I just saw a figure. Since 2020,
now pass and build and renovate 2 million affordable homes and bring those rents down.
I'm really just checking how bad this has been. Economically, with so many people, it's been a catastrophe.
You're not been listening. Things are great.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Remain the strongest
Who
economy in the
doesn't want to
world.
get the equity in their home
We need to have the
for
best
an extra
education system in the world.
38% from the Loan Shark Mortgage Company?
And I, like I suspect all of you,
To
want
get a
to give
reverse
every
mortgage,
child
leave
a
your
good
kids
start by providing access to
By
preschool for 3
giving
and
them
4
like,
years old.
oh.
You know, I think I pointed out last year. That children coming from broken homes where there's no books and not read to, not spoken to very often, start school, kindergarten, or first grade, having heard a million fewer words spoken. Well, studies show that children who go to preschool are nearly 50% more likely to succeed.
Right? Yeah, it is.
At some point, no matter what their background is.
What book does he have there? Is that Ashley's Diary he's hiding?
When does he get to the shower?
Yeah, it's for kids from broken homes. Let's talk about that show.
A year and a half ago, with the leaders of the Business Roundtable, they were mad that they were angry. I said, well, they were discussing
My handkerchief is making
why
me
I
fall.
wanted to spend money on education. I pointed out to them, as vice president, I met with over 182 of those folks. Don't hold me the exact number. And I asked them what they need most, the CEOs. And you've had the same experience on both sides of the aisle. They say a better educated workforce, right? So I looked at them and I say, I come from Delaware. DuPont used to be the 8th largest corporation in the world. And every new enterprise they bought, they educated the workforce.
What's happening?
I think he's talking about education, I think.
Why are you angry with me providing you the opportunity for the best educated workforce in the world?
By having a drag queen grinding your kid's face in every library.
I want to expand high-quality tutoring and summer learning to see that every child learns to read by 3rd grade.
That was like falling into the sand with a worm mouth in Star Wars. Like, we got down into that.
Local business in high school,
and then it turned into something
so students
else.
get hands-on experience and a path to a good-paying job, whether or not they go to college. And I want to make sure the college is more affordable. Let's continue increasing the Pell Grants to working and middle-class families and increase record investments in HBCUs. And the loan serving institutions.
Who cares how much it costs?
He wants colleges more hands-on. Jerry Sandusky.
When I was told I couldn't universally just change the way in which we dealt with student loans, I fixed 2 student loan programs that already existed.
He's saying that
Reduced the
right
burden of student debt for nearly 4 million Americans, including nurses, firemen, and others in public service. Like Keenan Jones, a public educator from Minnesota, who's here with us tonight. Keenan, where are you? Thank you. He's educated hundreds of students so they can go to college. Now he's able to help after debt forgiveness get his own daughter to college. It's amazing.
Is it amazing?
Folks, look.
I don't know.
Such relief is good for the economy because folks are now able to buy a home, start a business, start a family. While we're at it, I want the public school teachers a raise.
They're doing so good indoctrinating our children. They can't read, they can't write, they don't know how to do math, but they do know all the symbols. Thank you.
By the way, the first couple of days we cut
in a nice area, and you're like, this isn't.
Now let me speak to the question of fundamental fairness for all Americans. I've been delivering real results in fiscally responsible ways. We've already cut the federal deficit. We've already cut the federal deficit over $1 trillion. I signed the bipartisan deal. Cut another $1 trillion in the next decade. It's my goal to cut the federal deficit another $3 trillion by making big corporations and very wealthy finally beginning to pay their fair share.
You say it's $3 trillion?
It's $3 trillion. Look, I'm a capitalist. You want to make or can make a million or millions of bucks, that's great. Just pay your fair share in taxes.
Oh, yeah. Just, you know, like Hunter. Hunter's been paying his fair share.
That's how we invest things to make this country great. Healthcare, education, defense, and so much more. But here's the deal. The last administration enacted a $2 trillion tax cut. Overwhelmingly benefit the top 1%. The very wealthy, the biggest corporations. And exploded the federal deficit.
Oh, he did that? Even though the projections of the deficit after those tax cuts were much lower than the deficit actually was because of what you did?
Check the numbers.
Yeah, we'll check them. No problem. We'll get to that.
Think the tax code is fair?
The deficit,
Do you really think the wealthy big corporations need another $2 trillion tax break? I sure don't. I'm going to keep fighting like hell to make it fair.
Let's make everyone poor.
Nobody earning less than $400,000 will pay additional penny in federal taxes. Nobody, not one penny. And they haven't yet. In fact, the child tax credit I passed during the pandemic cut taxes for millions of working families and cut child poverty in half.
It also wasn't a tax credit. You just started sending them checks.
That child tax credit.
Tax credit?
No child should go hungry in this country.
Kamala has a face like a trampoline and then a neck like a parachute.
Make big corporations the very well begin to pay their fair share. Remember in 2020, 55 biggest companies in America paid $40 billion and paid zero in federal income tax. Zero. Not anymore. Thanks to the law I wrote, we signed, big companies have to pay a minimum of 15%. But that's still less than working people pay in federal taxes. It's time to raise corporate minimum tax to at least 21%.
Can we lower the taxes on the people you keep saying are paying too much?
So every big corporation is finally
we're at the point now
pay
where
their fair share.
we went through an entire Republican primary. I don't think I heard
tax breaks for big pharma, big oil, private jets.
Not any of those Republicans.
Supposed to be
Incredible.
$1 million to be deducted.
But let's talk about cutting spending.
$20 million they want. Deduct $1 million. Spend it now. You know, there are 1,000 billionaires in America.
Good.
You know what the average federal tax is for those billionaires? No. They're making great sacrifices. 8.2%. A teacher, a sanitation worker, or a nurse.
No.
I propose a minimum tax for billionaires of 25%, just 25%. You know what that would raise? That would raise $500 billion over the next 10 years.
1/70th of the next program.
Imagine what that can do for America. Imagine a future with affordable child care.
I love to watch multi-millionaires criticize billionaires.
They need to go to work to help grow
It's like a slap fight.
Imagine a future with paid leave, because no one should have to choose between.
We had some, obviously some technical difficulties there. We're rejoining ancient corpse part of the country. Speaking.
Face was melting off.
My favorite about
So they can stay in their homes and family caregivers can finally
Bernie Sanders
get the pay they deserve.
including millionaires.
Yeah, million.
Well, turns out now I'm the millionaires, right? It's just the billionaires. Forget about the millionaires now.
On the other side of our want to put Social Security on the chopping block.
Who cares?
Anyone here tries to cut Social Security, Medicare, or raise retirement age, I will stop.
A lot of labor. Sacrifice.
The working people who built this country pay more into Social Security than millionaires and billionaires do. It's not fair. We have two ways to go.
As you know, there's a limit. Billionaires and billionaires hit it every year.
That's the proposal. Oh no. You guys don't want another $2 trillion tax cut?
I would love one. When does that come?
Well, that's good to hear. We're not going to cut another $2 trillion to the super wealth. That's good to hear. I'll protect and strengthen Social Security and make the wealthy pay their fair share.
It's like if a goldfish was an auctioneer. Just no memory. Just every second forgot what happened.
Raise prices to pad the profits, charging more and more for less and less.
I mean, this is so dumb.
That's our
They're
cracking
doing it
down on
because of
corporations
you.
engaged in
All
price
the inflation
gouging and
you
deceptive pricing.
charge forces them to give people smaller packages for the same price.
You won't notice if they change the size of the bag and put a hell of a lot fewer, same size bag, put fewer chips in it. No, I'm not joking.
There you
It's
go.
called free price. Ask Bobby Casey's bill and stop it.
Hunter hates a smaller bag.
I really do.
I can't believe he's really going on.
This is so dumb.
And that's a bill to prevent them from keeping their profit margins healthy.
You get charged the same amount, you got about 10% fewer Snickers. Look, I'm also getting rid of junk fees. Those hidden fees, at the end of your bill, that are there without your
He's going
knowledge.
to do this credit card thing where he
My
wants to lower it to
administration announced we're
$8
cutting credit
for
card
the
late
late
fees from $32 to $8.
Thank you, there it is. Something that would be incredibly stupid and would just make credit card companies raise their interest rates more and everyone else to pay for it. Like, it's so stupid.
Are allowed to
Yeah,
charge
the 21% isn't bad enough. Let's crank it up to 50.
And that's more a hell of a lot like $8 and $30-some. They don't like it. Credit card companies don't like it.
Which, by the way, they can't pay their bills. They're going into credit card debt because of you. Yes.
Close all the businesses they work at.
Folks at home.
No, it broke $1 trillion?
That's why the banks are so mad. It's $20 billion
Yeah,
in profit.
it broke $1 trillion, yeah.
I think it's at an all-time record.
Right.
It's like over $1 trillion.
Travel, utilities, online ticket sellers tell you the total price up front, so there are no surprises. It matters.
Taylor Swift tickets.
It matters.
It matters.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's not something the government has to get involved in at all. If you don't want to buy the tickets, don't buy the
My
tickets.
team began serious negotiations with a bipartisan group of senators. The result was a bipartisan bill with the toughest set of border security reforms we've ever seen. Oh, you don't think so? Oh, you don't like that bill, huh?
Nope.
That conservatives got together and said it was a good bill?
What, four conservatives in the Senate?
That's amazing.
Conservatives.
That bipartisan bill would hire 1,500 more security agents and officers, 100 more immigration judges, help
Process them into the
2
country.
minute cases, 4,300 more asylum officers, and new policies so they can resolve cases in 6 months instead of 6 years now.
Not needed.
Well, we could just not let them in the first place.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
But if you're listening, need any of those.
But if you're listening to this and you're on their side, he's like, yeah, it makes complete sense. None of that would
Oh,
stop
by the
what's
way, we'd
happening.
also give way more money to Ukraine.
Marjorie Taylor Greene looks like she just got back from Myrtle Beach.
Stop vehicles smuggling fentanyl into America. That's killing thousands of children.
Under whose watch is this happening? Do you know you're the president?
Bring order to the border.
You might not.
How do you think
It
it
also
gets
give
here?
me and any new president
It's the border.
new emergency authority to temporarily shut down the border when the number of migrants at the border is overwhelming. The Border Patrol Union has endorsed this bill.
The only time
The
he's
Federal
ever
Chamber
hit the
of
standard
Commerce
he
is-
calls
yeah,
over a
yeah.
woman is during
You
his
say,
presidency.
no, look at
It's
the
literally the only time in American history it's hit that standard.
I know.
Isn't it like a 5,000, something like that? Is that the...
I know you know how to read.
What, 6 days in a row we've hit 7,000, which is a celebrate.
Ooh, we've done better.
We're number one.
Wait,
Given the opportunity
it's like
for
golf.
the
We're
majority
gonna
Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
Son of an Anderson.
Yeah, oh, we're doing great.
Politics has derailed this bill so far.
That's terrible news.
I'm told my predecessor called members of Congress and the Senate to demand they block.
You're told by him. He told you he did it.
Political win. He viewed it as a political win for me and a political loser for him.
Just ate peanut butter.
It's not about him. It's not about me. I'd be a winner. Not really.
What?
That's MTG, guaranteed.
They did their best to try to get them to not do this because it doesn't help.
Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed.
Lincoln Riley?
Why an illegal?
Holy crap, he's
Right.
dead?
But how many of the thousands of people being killed by illegals? To her parents, I say, my heart goes out to you, having lost children myself.
It doesn't change.
I understand.
It's not a conversation.
But look, if we change the dynamic at the border, people pay these smugglers $8,000 to get across the border because they know if they get by and let into the country, it's 6 to 8 years before they have a hearing.
Right, because you're letting them
Don't let them
in.
in to the $8,000. But if it's only 6 months, 6 weeks, the idea is it's highly unlikely that people will pay that money.
Imagine
come all that
it could
way,
just be
knowing
zero.
that they'll be
Yeah.
able to
It
get
could be
it
0
out
weeks
quickly.
and 0 days and 0 minutes and 0 seconds.
If they get in, maybe 6 weeks is going to be.
I would respectfully
in
say,
6 weeks they
yes,
skip the trial date
my
instead of
Republican
6
friends
months.
don't want the American people.
As someone who's been to court a lot, if there's an overflow, it's not going to be 6 weeks. It doesn't matter. If there's that many cases, it's impossible. No, it wouldn't even matter. 8.1 million.
And if my predecessor is watching,
are now in legal limbo.
instead of paying
right now,
politics
8.1 million.
and pressuring members of Congress to block the bill, join me.
That's
Telling the Congress
you have
to pass
100 judges going,
We
you
can
get
do it
out of
together.
here.
But that's what he apparently here's what he will not.
Throw flowers like a bride,
I
whoever
will
catches
not
and stays.
demonize immigrants, say they are poison in the blood of our country.
Did we say that?
I think murdering innocent Americans would be
Separate families.
Didn't Trump get in trouble for saying something about poisoning our blood or something recently?
No, he's saying he would not say
Because
that.
of their
Oh,
faith. Unlike my predecessor on my first day in office, I introduced a comprehensive bill to fix our immigration system. Take a look at it. It has all these and more. Secure the border. Provide a pathway to citizenship for
No,
so much more.
no
But
pathway.
unlike my predecessor,
we want you to stop the people from coming.
I know who we are as Americans. We're the only nation in the world with a heart and soul that draws from old and new. Home to Native Americans whose ancestors have been here for thousands of years. Home to people of from every place on earth. They came freely. Some came in chains. Some came when famine struck, like my ancestral family in Ireland. Some to flee persecution. To chase dreams that are impossible anywhere but here in America. That's America. And we all come from
People love
somewhere.
America for exactly 90 minutes a year when he used to do his speech.
Oh, he spent a lot more on going on Hollywood, but he still put the blame on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, folks.
Were you breathing a bug there? Remember that happened when you're outside rep?
We can fight about fixing the border, or we can fix it.
You have not proposed a way to fix it.
Just at all.
And by the way, hold on. He's been 3 years saying that it was fine.
It was fine. And it was racist to do any of the things he just suggested.
Now all of a sudden we need to fix it.
How, legitimately, do we live in a country where there is a single person who would believe what he said?
Happened
I mean,
58,
I would
59
say
years ago
the
today.
10 to 20% are radicals who just hate Trump so much they can't see straight. Maybe.
Talk to any of his border patrol officials, and they'll tell him exactly how to fix
We
it.
should point out that he hasn't talked to his own border patrol. We just found that out, that the head of the border patrol never got one conversation with him in 3 years.
Yeah, they all said that. There's a template to fix everything he's talking about, and he got rid of every single one of them with executive order. First week in office.
You say there's a template because Donald Trump had already done it.
Exactly. Yeah. Remain in Mexico. Deportation. No catch and release.
Our other
Bring back jobs. Give breaks to the company, but then allow there to be taxes paid by the people working there.
known as the voice of Selma.
Because it would give jobs.
The daughter of
Then
gospel
they'd be
singers and
fairly
preachers.
taxed.
She sang songs of protest on that bloody Sunday to help shake the nation's conscience. 5 months later, the Voting Rights Act passed and was signed into law.
Sorry, this is quoting you,
Thank you.
That's proper.
Yeah, okay, I just want to make sure. He's talking about the Voting Rights Act on the company? What's that?
No idea.
The voter registration
sucks. Really bad. They need to explain some of these things.
Yeah. Half this group is just glad the Epstein Island thing wasn't brought up.
Her forces taking us back in time.
Oh, here we go.
Voter suppression.
Yeah.
Election subversion.
We're on the democracy.
Unlimited dark money. Extreme gerrymandering.
Yeah.
Oh,
We don't want black people to vote. That's what it is.
If you truly want to honor him,
Anything that he wasn't
all we do
for.
is elect with him. There's time to do more than talk. Pass Pass the Freedom to Vote Act. The John Lewis Voting Rights Act.
Everyone can vote.
Black people say
That's not true. Well, according to Joe Biden, black people are too dumb to understand how to get an ID.
That is what they do.
it's really easy. It's actually, I find it annoying, quite frankly. It's actually a pain in the ass.
To be honest, also, I don't get up.
It's even easier.
Last time I just said, here's my ballot. They looked at what I was voting and they just put it into the shredder.
Pass the PRO Act for workers' rights.
This is good. I think you're going to get on MSNBC after this.
Raise the federal minimum wage. Because everyone has the right to a decent living more than they
See, I was still firing on all cylinders.
Well, Joe Scarborough was already saying that.
Yeah, before this even happened.
He's more than coaching. He's the best I've ever seen. He's better than ever.
Top of his game.
I'm taking the most significant action ever on climate in the history of the world. I'm cutting our carbon emissions in half by 2030,
They're actually
creating tens of thousands of clean energy jobs like the IBEW workers building and installing 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations.
It's blowing up in front of our eyes.
Sir,
And he just keeps bringing it up like this is big
30% of America's land
Fort
is
Hood
water
looks
by
like a ceiling
2030.
with water damage.
Environmental justice against
Yeah, it's not a look. It's not good.
No. It's like popcorn soup.
Yeah, you're like, this isn't. Should we sand it down?
And launched the Climate Corps to put 20,000 young people to work
Feathers for black
in the
people.
forefront of our clean energy future. I'll triple that number in a decade.
Wasn't he just talking about how he was going to like make the budget work and all this? And now it's like, here's 19 programs that are going to cost $2 trillion each.
So how's he going to do it in a decade?
Yeah. All Americans.
It's going to be hard to marry.
Even in 2 terms, it doesn't add up.
Year before I took office, murder rates went up 30%. 30% they went up.
Doesn't matter.
The biggest increase in history. It was then, through my American Rescue Plan, which every American voted against, I might add, we made the largest investment in public safety ever. Last year, the murder rate saw the sharpest decrease in history. Violent crime fell to one of its lowest levels in more than 50 years. But we have more to do. We have to help cities invest in more community police officers, more mental health workers,
more police. Oh, guys, they want more police officers. Wow! Wow! Did they get funded?
More people to go to jail and lose their jobs.
Police reform. And calling for it to be the law of the land. Directing my cabinet to review the federal classification of marijuana and expunging thousands of convictions for the mere possession, because no one should be jailed for simply using or having on their record.
Sir, you talking about people going to jail for marijuana? Have you been anywhere?
Right. Literally every place, every street corner smells like pot.
I haven't been to a hotel in half a decade that doesn't reek like weed, no matter how nice it is.
Against women in America. There are other kinds of violence I want to stop. With us tonight is Jasmine. His 9-year-old sister Jackie was murdered with 21 classmates and teachers in an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. Very soon after that happened, Jill and I went to Uvalde for a couple of days. We spent hours and hours with each of the families. We heard their message. So everyone in this room, in this chamber,
how about police that weren't complete? Okay, but how about,
for hours, meeting with every family. They said, do something.
Do something.
Do something. Well, I did do something.
Yeah, they have
about
about
like gun violence prevention in
an
the
hour.
White House. But the vice president is leading in charge. Thank you for doing it.
No, the vice president's leading in charge. We're saved now.
Meanwhile,
Well, if not her, then who else will do it?
That's fair. That is fair.
This is fair. This is fair.
Meanwhile.
Wait, wasn't he just bragging about how low the murder rate was, and now he's bragging? Now he's saying how bad the.
When he was president.
gun violence problem is?
After another shooting in Iowa recently, he said, when asked what to do about it, he said, just get over it. There's his quote, just get over it. I say, stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it.
I've heard if you tell criminals to stop it, then they stop.
Yeah, that's true.
They're like, whoa, I didn't realize it even.
I'm proud to be the NRA when I signed the most significant gun safety law in nearly 30 years because of this Congress.
Born in the first place,
Now
right? Everybody in white.
I'm advocating a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. Pass universal background checks. None of this. None of this. I taught the Second Amendment for 12 years. None of this violates the Second Amendment.
Did he teach?
Responsible
Absolutely does. But also, he taught the Second Amendment for 12 years.
We're also managing crisis.
No, he thinks he did.
Oh, okay. Hey, imagine if I did.
Gut-wrenching for so many people.
How about parents that use this, I don't know, locks on their safes? How about, like, it doesn't mean everyone.
October 7th.
How about none? How about shall not infringe? How about that?
1,000
Wiggle room in that one.
innocent people, women and girls, men and boys, slaughtered after enduring sexual violence.
Afghan.
The deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust.
Well, it's getting late.
And 250 hostages taken.
All food.
Here in this chamber tonight, our families and loved ones are still being held by Hamas.
Long though. I mean, he's gone longer. I mean, I would have said, look, you get 14.
Yeah, to a hot 10.
We also
We'll start lighting at 8. Get rid of guns, but make it, very expensive for any mental health care.
And from the police.
Yeah.
I actually hate it.
And the prescription drugs that really aren't necessarily tested, make that very easily accessible for kids.
By the Russians.
ABC, yeah, easy.
And others around the world.
Just pump the kids full of SRIs and good luck to everyone.
Hamas ended this conflict by releasing hostages, laying down arms, could end it by releasing the hostages, laying down arms, and surrendering those responsible for October 7th. But Israel has Israel has a added burden. Hamas hides and operates among the civilian population like cowards, under hospitals, daycare centers, and all the like. Israel also has a fundamental responsibility, though, to protect innocent civilians in Gaza.
No clapping for all the things that Israel.
This war.
It'll be interesting to see if he gets any football.
Has taken a greater toll on innocent civilians than all previous wars in Gaza combined.
Silent.
More than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed.
Did you see that?
Most of whom
bring your auction paddle. It's going to do something.
Thousands and thousands of innocents, women and children, girls and boys, also orphans. Nearly 2 million more Palestinians under bombardment or displacement. Homes destroyed, neighbors in rubble, cities in ruin. Families without food, water, medicine. It's heartbreaking.
I've
been working nonstop to establish an immediate ceasefire that would last for 6 weeks to get all the
why did that happen?
Hostages released.
What did they do to Israel? Just say it.
And ease the intolerable humanitarian crisis and build toward an enduring.
That's what it was supposed to be about. But that was
the United States and the leading international efforts to get more humanitarian assistance.
But he followed that up with, and it's Israel's responsibility.
And it was emergency mission to establish a temporary pier in the Mediterranean on the coast of Gaza that can receive large shipments carrying food, water, medicine, and temporary shelters. No U.S. boots will be on the ground.
How are they going to build this
pier
structure
will
without
massive increase the amount of humanitarian
boots being on the ground?
Getting into Gaza every day.
You're going to float it and just push it toward the shore and hope it lands? Or going to airdrop it?
And Israel must do its part.
Russia's 40 people.
Israel must allow more aid into Gaza and ensure humanitarian workers aren't caught in the crossfire. And they're announcing they're going to cross.
If there's any more gaslighting going on, Jack the Ripper would be stabbing a prostitute.
Humanitarian assistance cannot be a secondary consideration or a bargaining chip.
I'm sorry, but this should not be the focus of this issue. A quick little mention of what happened to Israel, and then 20 minutes of
situation. Well, Jason, when we started with Ukraine, does this surprise you?
As the opening issue.
Correct.
Up to how they're like, well, we should really get humanitarians living age should be able to do that. It's like, well, the reason they couldn't do it is because they were swarmed by hundreds of people who tried to kill them. That was the issue there.
So when does the State of the Union part come in?
Oh, yeah. We'll do the State of the Union is strong yet, right? Is that the end?
Security and democracy.
There
was no
Union.
Palestinian can live in peace.
Because it doesn't say
he did talk about
America.
There's no class that guarantees peace between
Soviet Union is
all of its
making a comeback. That is weird, though. Doesn't he always say that line at the beginning? Maybe I'm
creating civilian
that was like one of the first things they said. There was like a preamble, then you say State of the Union is strong.
That's why I built a coalition of more than a dozen countries to defend international shipping and freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. I've ordered strikes to degrade the Houthi capability to defend U.S. forces in the region. As Commander-in-Chief, I will not hesitate to direct further measures to protect our people and our military personnel.
I thought the military is just
For
sitting
years,
there doing nothing.
I've heard many of my Republican and Democratic friends say that China is on the rise. America's falling behind.
I am shocked he's still going.
They got it backwards. I've been saying it for over 4 years when I wasn't president.
Israel and
America's rising. We have the best economy in the world.
There's a check coming.
And since I've come to office, our GDP is up, our trade deficit with China is down to the lowest point in over a decade. And we're standing up against China's unfair economic practices. We're standing up for peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits.
The sun.
I've revitalized our partnership and alliance in the Pacific.
Email came out today.
Right.
Something happened there. Australia.
We're just a little compromised.
Was that it?
A little national security issue.
That's odd. I'm surprised his suit doesn't have like boxer shots in the ring. They have like the sponsor. I'm surprised it doesn't have like CEFC like on the back of the suit. He turns around really quick to be like, I'll just stretch it.
I want competition with China, not conflict.
Rosemont said he's wearing a Beverly Hills hotel room from where the first negotiations took place.
Here at home, I've signed over 400 bipartisan bills.
By that I mean
more
checks.
To pass my unity agenda. Strengthen penalties on fentanyl trafficking. You don't want to do that, huh?
Oh my gosh.
Pass bipartisan privacy legislation to protect our children online.
About being bipartisan. Why are you yelling at Republicans?
Who doesn't want to start
harness the promise of AI to protect us from peril.
Because he's the only one in the country that has
AI voice impersonations and more. Keep our children.
Yeah, it's just like so he wakes up and eats with his cornflakes. Yeah.
For them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why the song Support and Help of Dennis and the VA, I signed the PACT Act. One of the most significant laws ever, helping millions of veterans exposed to toxins who now are battling more than 100 different cancers. Many of them don't come home, but we owe them and their families support. We owe it to ourselves to keep supporting our new health research agency called ARPA-H. And remind us that we can do big things, like end cancer as we know it, and we will.
And he's gonna, Is there still a website?
Has BidenCuredCancer.com? Is that what you're talking about? Yes. Has Joe BidenCuredCancer.com. Go check that now. Figure out
Let me close with this.
Has he done it yet? We don't know.
According to Google, yes.
Yeah, Google says yes.
It says not all cancers, just most.
I know you don't want to hear any more, Lindsay, but I got to say a few more.
I'll have ear cancer from listening.
I know it may not look like it, but I've been around a while.
Lucky you.
Oh, here comes the self-deprecating age.
When you get to be my age, certain things become clearer than ever.
Clearer
I
than
know
ever?
the American story. Again and again, I've seen the contest between competing forces in the battle for the soul of our nation. between those who want to pull America back to the past and those who want to move America into the future. My lifetime has taught me to embrace
Doesn't this man look like
freedom
someone
and democracy.
who can move America to
A
the
future
future?
based on core values that have defined America. Honesty, decency, dignity, equality, to respect everyone, to give everyone a fair shot, to give hate no safe
It
harbor.
looks like you showed up to give him an almanac.
Yeah. Now other people my age see it differently. The American story of resentment, revenge, and retribution. That's not me.
Right, you're not throwing journalists in prison.
You're not trying to get the guy who against you thrown in prison right now.
No,
You're not about retribution. What are you talking about?
Who built this country. I watched in horror as two of my heroes, like many of you did, Dr. King and Bobby Cunningham, were assassinated. And their legacies inspired.
But we're not going to give protection to RFK Jr.
Right.
We want to make sure you know that.
Yeah. We feel that there's no reason in the long line of Kennedys to be worried.
Why would a Kennedy feel like they're a target?
Yeah. Something happened.
Dr. King was assassinated because of the riots. And
Why
I became a county councilman almost by accident. I got elected to the United States Senate when I had no intention of running at age 29. Then vice president of our first black president. Now president to the first women vice president.
Skin color and genitals. Yeah! Woo! Yeah! Talk more about private parts.
You don't need yours. I need mine.
I've been told I was too young. By the way, they're going to let me on ascended elevators for votes sometime. Not a joke.
Not a
There we
joke.
go. Number 2.
I've been told I'm too old.
Did he say they don't
Whether young or old,
you
I've
don't let
always
them
been
elevators
known.
to vote? Not a
Always
joke.
known what to
Yeah,
do.
that's a great joke. But you're getting
Solid.
Very ideal Americans, all created
Want to make sure I heard about
deserves to be
it.
treated equally throughout our lives. We've never fully lived up to that idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I won't walk away from it now.
You can't walk.
I'm optimistic.
So we did nothing?
I really am. I'm optimistic, Nancy. My fellow Americans, the issue facing our nation
One more years of life.
isn't how old we are.
For life.
It's how old are our ideas.
It's just
Hate, anger, revenge, retribution are the oldest of ideas.
putting in applesauce.
But you can't lead America with ancient ideas. It'll only take us back. You lead America, the land of possibilities. You need a vision for the future and what can and should be done.
That's why I know
Tonight you've heard mine. I see a future where defending democracy, we don't diminish it. I see a future where we restore the right to choose and protect our freedoms, not take them away.
Why don't you tell us how the country's doing, you schmuck?
I see a future where the middle class finally has a fair shot, and the wealthy have to pay their fair share in taxes.
There's the man who has decimated the middle class.
I see a future
And also
where we
considers
save the
wealthy
planet from the
just
climate
north
crisis
of what he makes.
and our country from gun violence. Above all,
By that I mean $1.
I see a future for all Americans.
You don't.
I see a country for all Americans. And I will always be president for all Americans. Because I believe in America. I believe in you, the American people. You're the reason we've never been more optimistic about our future than I am now. So let's build the future together. Let's remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there is nothing beyond our capacity when we act together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
We are at 9:33 our time, so it was about basically an hour and a half. We started a little bit after. It was pretty long. I mean, longer than I would have certainly recommended.
Does he know which way he's going?
No.
Is he shaking hands with a ghost?
Yes. He's shaking hands with a curtain and a microphone.
All right, we're going to do some reaction here in just a second. We're going to also bring on Glenn back. Before we bring on Glenn, I want to remind you, if you're a Blaze TV subscriber, you get access to our exclusive live chat where you can submit questions and interact with the rest of the Blaze TV community. You can also gain access to all of our Blaze TV catalog, including
January 6th. Then IVF. I don't think that's a priority for anybody, okay? But then he went into Roe versus Wade, and he chastised the Supreme Court and saying that he won't take people's choices away.
Yes, like drop the curtain, like a big stage show. Yeah. Get some drama into it.
It's got.
Came to this chamber to speak to the nation, and he said, "I address you at a moment unprecedented in the history of the Union. Hitler was on the march. War was raging in Europe. President Roosevelt's purpose was to wake up Congress and alert the American people that this was no ordinary time. Freedom and democracy were under assault in the world. Tonight, I come to this same chamber to address the nation. Now, it's we who face an unprecedented moment in the history of the Union.
You did it.
Yes, my purpose tonight is to wake up the Congress and alert the American people that this is no ordinary moment either. Not since President Lincoln and the Civil War have freedom and democracy been under assault at home as they are today. What makes our moment rare is that freedom and democracy are under attack both at home and overseas at the very same time. Overseas, Putin of Russia is on the march, invading Ukraine and sowing chaos throughout Europe and beyond. If anybody in this room thinks Putin will stop at Ukraine, I assure you he will not.
There are a lot of problems he's missing, but who's been president when all these have developed?
Ukraine.
Who was president when they weren't going on?
Ukraine can stop Putin.
No. We just gave him $9 trillion in lasers.
A real problem, Joe.
And provide the weapons that needs to defend itself.
This is his leading element.
State of our union, he wants to talk about someone else's.
Nice.
That is all. That is all Ukraine is asking. They're not asking for American soldiers. In fact, there are no American soldiers in the war in Ukraine, and I'm determined to keep it that way. But now, assistance to Ukraine is being blocked by those who want to walk away from our world leadership. Wasn't long ago when a Republican president named Ronald Reagan thundered, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. Now,
he also hated black people and swimming pools.
Now my predecessor,
his chain.
a former Republican president, tells Putin,
But luckily,
quote,
children were
do whatever the hell you want.
Changed his mind.
That's a quote. A former president actually said that, bowing down to a Russian leader. I think it's outrageous, it's dangerous, and it's unacceptable.
What is this weird thing that he just won't say Trump? Is that a Trump reference? I kind of missed the beginning of it. It's a Trump reference. Why won't he just say, he's your opponent? It's like who he is, and we all know who he is.
America
He feels like it's a slam, like
is a
some sort of
founding member of
disrespect.
NATO.
He won't say it.
It's like Voldemort.
The military alliance of democratic nations, created after World War
Say his
II
name 3 times
to
after being
prevent
married.
war and keep the peace. And
There's
today,
been many wars
we
since
made
then,
NATO
Joe.
stronger than ever.
What are your safety
Welcome
mittens?
Finland to the alliance last year.
Finland. So we have not heard much about our country, but we've heard about Ukraine and
Sweden
Finland.
officially joined, and their ministers here tonight.
Let's take out Finland.
Better stand up.
This is the Queen of Finland? That it is?
Welcome.
And the Swedish bikini team also here.
Okay.
Greatest State of the Union ever. And Sydney Sweeney is here. Not heard much about our country, but we've heard about Ukraine and
Sweden
Finland.
officially joined, and their ministers here tonight.
Let's take out Finland.
Stand up.
This is the Queen of Finland? That it is?
Welcome.
And the Swedish bikini team also here.
Okay.
Greatest State of the Union ever. And Sydney Sweeney is here.
Is the guy in the middle the Queen of Finland? I don't know what's going on.
NATO, the strongest military alliance the world has ever seen. I say this to Congress. We have to stand up to Putin. Send me a bipartisan national security bill. History is literally watching. History is watching. If the United States walks away, it will put Ukraine at risk. Europe is at risk. The free world will be at risk, emboldening others to do what they wish to do us harm. My message to President Putin, who I've known for a long time, is simple. We will not walk away.
America looks like the movie Trainspotting, and he wants to talk about this.
We will not bow down.
It's amazing.
It is amazing, especially that this is like, it's not the number one issue in America.
It's like the number 12.
Right. It is. Right. Like you're...
No, it's not on my list at all.
History is watching. History is watching. Just like history watched 3 years ago on January 6th.
There it is.
When insurrectionists stormed this very Capitol and placed a dagger to the throat
He
of
skipped
American
over all of
lives.
Afghanistan in that time period.
Many of you
No one was
here
watching then in
on that
history.
darkest of days. We all saw with our own eyes the insurrectionists were not patriots.
Eyes
They
pop
come to
eyes.
stop the peaceful transfer of power, to overturn the will of the people. January 6th lies about the 2020 election and the plots to steal the election pose a gravest threat to U.S. democracy since the Civil War.
Wait, it was
But they failed. America stood.
I'm glad they stopped all those insurrectionists like Steve Baker. I don't know how did the troops do it?
America stood strong, and democracy prevailed.
Everybody move.
It's more comfortable standing for a lot of
The
reasons.
threat to democracy must be defended. My predecessor and some of you here seek to bury the truth about changes.
You're not Robert.
I will not do that. This is the moment to speak the truth and to bury the lies. Here's the simple truth. You can't love your country only when you win.
Stop standing.
That's good.
What you don't say anything positive.
Look at their reaction after Donald Trump won and Hillary lost. Did they seem like people who loved their country in that moment?
No, it seemed like good sports. I'm a Lions fan and I've had to deal with you for 4 years.
Join together and defend democracy. Remember your oath of office in defending us all threats, foreign and domestic.
You just skipped over 9/11, Joe.
Respect free and fair elections. Restore trust in our institutions. And make clear political violence has absolutely no place in America, zero place.
Except when it's Black Lives Matter burned on cities.
Yeah, that's what.
Again, it's not hyperbole. History is watching. We're watching. Your children, your grandchildren read about this day. History is watching your notice. And then there's the light was a tour of Beasley. 14 months ago, she and her husband welcomed a baby girl thanks to the miracle of IVF. She scheduled treatments to have that second child. The Alabama Supreme Court shut down IVF treatments across the state. Unleashed by a Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. She was told her dream would have to wait. But the family should never have happened. Let's cause disaster to happen again. So tonight, let's stand up for families like hers. To my friends across the aisle, don't keep this waiting any longer. It's already been Guarantee it takes a while.
It's not corrected.
There's a lot of incompetent people looking for her. So actually, no competent is what happens.
So far, he's taking the most divisive issue by throwing them all up in box.
Roe v. Wade got it right.
Because like the segue to January 6th wasn't in there.
January 6th, I gotta say the first 4 minutes.
It was like, Ukraine. And by the way, about January 6th.
That's what they are. To see Roe v. Wade overturned. He's the reason it was overturned, and he brags about it.
He said,
look at the chaos
reasons
that
overturned.
has resulted.
Reasons.
Joining us tonight is Kate Cox, the wife and mother from Dallas. She's become pregnant again and had a fetus of a fatal condition. Her doctor told Kate that her own life and her ability to have children in the future.
Wow, what was that exploitation right there?
Law banned her ability to act.
Marbles for a
Kate
minute.
and her husband had to leave the state to get what she needed.
His voice box got aborted in the middle of
Never
this.
happened as well, but it's happening in too many others. There are state laws banning the freedom to choose, criminalizing doctors, forcing survivors of rape and incest to leave their states to get the treatment they need. Many of you in this chamber and my predecessor are promising to pass a national ban on reproductive freedom. My God, what freedom else would you take away? Look,
kill the ones involving murdering other people. That would be that's where we would probably start. Yeah.
And with all due respect, justices, women are not without electoral power. Electoral or political power. Huh? You're about to realize just how much you provide.
So,
yeah, plugins.
I like electricity. With their bare hands. Speaking of bare hands, you don't want to shake the grizzly.
That's a great example of the dumb idiocy of this event, though. They all knew that line was coming. He butchered the line, but they knew they were supposed to clap really loud there, so they did it anyway, even though what he said made no sense.
Reproductive freedom was on the ballot. We won in 2022 and 2020, and we'll win again in 2024.
Are you just like practice getting up and getting down? Like
You, the American people, send me a congressman to vote the right to choose. I promise you, I'll restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land again.
Well, to be fair, he doesn't care about Supreme Court rules at all.
I'm here tonight to show what I believe is the way forward, because I know how far we come. 4 years ago next week, before I came to office, the country was hit by the worst pandemic and the worst economic crisis in a century. Remember the fear, record losses? Remember the spikes in crime and the murder rate, raging virus?
Nope.
It took more than 1 million American lives of loved ones, millions left behind. The mental health crisis of isolation and loneliness. The president, my predecessor, failed the most basic presidential duty that he owes to American people, the duty to care. I think that's unforgivable. I came to office determined to get us through one of the toughest periods in the nation's history.
So he was shut down for far longer than
news in 1,000 cities and towns. American people are writing the greatest comeback story never told.
It's not a comeback story, you moron.
Maybe you did write this thing. The reason I think is now he's talking about the rights of life and he would be euthanized in Canada.
Comeback is building the future of American possibilities. Building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down. Investing in all America. It's all America.
Yep, building an economy from the bottom up, the top down.
We need no one behind. The pandemic no longer controls our lives. The vaccine that saved us from COVID.
No, it didn't. Sorry.
Are now being used to beat cancer, turning setback into comeback.
Name one.
That's what America does. That's what America does.
I didn't know that COVID vaccine cured cancer. Thanks, Dr. Fauci.
He did promise to cure cancer, and he has not done it so far. There was an announcement.
We're the envy of the world. 15 million new jobs in just... there it is.
A record, Phil. Things are great.
You know you're lying. You've been fact-checked over this lie 100 times.
50-year low.
You started with people not having jobs.
Record 16 million Americans are starting
You made everyone stay home. You're like, I can't believe they got jobs when we let them out of the house.
It's all me. I did it.
Hispanics and Asian Americans. 800,000 new manufacturing jobs in America and counting.
We're talking about going to Mexico.
Where is it written we can't be the manufacturing capital of the world? We are. We will.
We're not, though. It's called science.
More people have health insurance today. More people have health insurance today than ever before. The racial wealth gap is as small as it's been in 20 years. Wages keep going up, inflation keeps coming down.
No.
Inflation is from 9% to 3%, the lowest in the world. And
inflation goes up, the dollar goes down.
I love that. 9% to 3%. Who was president when it was 9%?
Exactly. The landing is and will be soft.
50
Fair, I don't think we don't remember.
50 million new jobs, and 6 of them aren't OnlyFans.
We're exporting American products.
Should have thrown that in. That's a great piece of it. I thought they were all OnlyFans. It's fair. Say that.
Where they belong. It takes time, but the American people are beginning to feel it. Consumer studies show consumer confidence is soaring. Buy America has been the law of the land since the 1930s. Past administrations, including my predecessor, including some Democrats as well in the past, failed to buy America. Not anymore. On my watch, federal projects that you fund, like helping build American roads, bridges, and highways, will be made with American products and built by American workers.
We're supposed to believe that Donald Trump is too free trade? Is that what we're supposed to believe here?
Also, like, he's just now noting this as an idea.
Thanks to the Chips and Science Act.
President.
Investing more in research
So a lot of American workers today building stuff in
during the
sombreros.
pandemic, the shortage of semiconductors, chips, that drove up the price of everything from cell phones to automobiles.
I'm not kidding.
And by the way, we invented those chips right here in America.
It's like, there isn't some
Well, instead of having
regulation.
to import them, private companies are now investing billions of dollars to build new chip factories here in America, creating tens of thousands of jobs. Many of those jobs paying $100,000 a year and don't require a college degree.
Fascinating. I mean, what do we have to do to get those jobs here? We basically just give billions and billions of dollars to companies that should be paying for stuff
My
themselves.
policies have attracted $650 billion.
That was also called a lot of money before he got in office.
Advanced
I used to
manufacturing,
notice that.
creating tens of thousands of jobs
The round
here
table.
in America.
Now he pays $6 for a carrot. It's different.
And thanks to our bipartisan infrastructure law, 46,000 new projects have been announced all across your communities. And by the way, I noticed some of you have strongly voted against it, or they're cheering on that money coming in. I'm with you.
You never did that, right, Joe?
I'm with you. If any of you don't want that money in your district, just let me know. Modernize our roads and bridges, ports and airports, public transit systems.
I don't know if you're asking me,
Removing
but I don't know.
pointless lead pipes so every child can drink clean water without risk of brain damage.
What about you? Are you doing all the water testing for them?
Affordable.
Only
Affordable
children,
high-speed
sir.
internet for every American, no
After
matter where
7
he
years.
is, urban, suburban, or rural communities, in red states and blue states. Record investments in tribal
Very
communities.
stiff, I will say.
Because
He
of my
has that
investment in the
old
family
man
farm.
stiffness.
Called rigor mortis.
Because I invested in family farms led by my
I
secretary.
think he's actually wearing a toe tag just in case. Except for the tax time on its head.
Those farms and their children and grandchildren want to leave home to make a living. It's their 20s. Great comeback story.
Just order a shawarma.
Home to an auto plant for nearly 60 years. Before I came to office, the plant was on its way to shutting down.
But Packard?
Thousands of workers feared for their livelihoods. Hope was fading. Then I was elected to office and we raised the Belvedere repeatedly with auto companies knowing unions would make all the difference. The UAW worked like hell to keep the plant open and get these jobs back, and together we succeeded. Instead of auto factories shutting down, Auto factories reopening, the new state-of-the-art battery factories being built to power those cars.
He's saying this even in the middle of times where every electric vehicle startup is down over 90% of their stock price. Well, big company after big company are shutting down their EV programs or backing them off completely. And he's acting like this is it.
I mean, like the Ford F-150 electric lines that my friends work on that aren't producing anything because the engines are exploding. Yeah.
Oh, they're exploding.
Well, yeah.
I know they have a lot of them on the lots. They just haven't been.
They're great cars, but yeah.
That actually isn't a great car. Just so you know.
If you live in Alaska. Well, he's talking about how the price of chips have gone down. They haven't. Have you rented a car lately, Joe?
Yeah.
Remember when you used to be able to name your price? No.
Great neighborhood. Sean, where are you? Stand up.
Also, they're not made in Detroit where the UAW was. They're made in Tennessee because that's where Whitmer sent them. Not in the Union. Sorry, it's personal.
Third generation worker, UAW worker Belvedere. Sean, I was proud to be the first president to stand in the picket line. And today, Dawn has a good job in her hometown, providing stability for her family and pride and dignity as well. Showing once again, Wall Street didn't build America. They're not bad guys. They didn't build it, though. The middle class built the country, and unions built the middle class.
I got rid of that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but
He's to lock him in, right?
they're not going to be fooled by this.
Union members or union money?
Can we say the great lady?
I mean, votes.
When America gets knocked down, we get back up.
Members, votes.
I know it doesn't get this good. All right, baby's all right.
That's America.
This is the passion. We're getting this. This is the juiced up Joe Biden. This is what we get in these speeches. If he could do this all the time, he would. He just can't.
Because of you, our future is bright. Because of you. And tonight, you're proud to say,
Buttigieg smiled like his vibrating massage.
getting stronger.
One guy up there.
Tonight,
Literally none of them wanted it.
tonight, I want to talk about the future of possibility
Including God.
that we can build together. A future where the days of trickle-down economics are over, and the wealthy and the biggest corporations no longer get to allow the tax breaks. And by the way, I understand corporations. I come from a state that has more corporations invested than every one of your states in the United States combined. And I represented for 36 years. I'm not
Is he bragging about the Delaware,
I
like,
grew up.
corporation registration program they have? Like, that's an odd flex.
I understand corporation. I've worked in government for 250 years.
But
I was there when the corporation was invented.
What to do to make
I
sure
was never going to say anything racist and encourage the leader to become president.
Americans pay more for prescription drugs than anywhere in the world. It's wrong, and I'm ending it.
Is
I
it
thought
what?
Obamacare was going to fix that.
Obamacare was going to fix it. He's already implemented multiple things he said was going to fix this, and now he's in year 4, and now he's going to do it? What idiot would believe this?
I would like someone
With the law,
Did you do that?
Thank you.
signs.
No, he
Now, one
can't.
of you Republican buddies voted for it. We finally beat Big Pharma.
You did.
Instead of paying $400 a month or thereabouts for insulin with diabetes, it only costs $10 to make. They only get paid $35 a month now. You still make a healthy profit.
By the way, that was not in the bill that they passed.
Wasn't Donald Trump
So what to do next?
You need to talk about
I want to cap the cost of insulin $35 a month for every American who needs it.
You said that last year, and you didn't get it done last year.
But just give him some time.
Give us some time.
He just has 4 more years.
He has 4 more years to get all this stuff done.
Has any candidate been more in bed with
Finally,
Big
we
Pharma?
got it done. We gave Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices on prescription drugs. Just like the VA is able to do for veterans.
Oh, yeah.
Not just saving seniors money, saving taxpayers money. We cut the federal deficit by $160 billion.
Is he angry about that?
Well, he's lying. I don't know if that's the...
Now that everybody switched to under-the-counter heroin.
This year, Medicare is negotiating lower prices for some of the costliest drugs on the market. to treat everything from heart disease to arthritis. It's now time to go further and give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices for 500 different drugs over the next decade.
Fentanyl, more fentanyl on the street.
We're negotiating a track to lower the prices of fentanyl coming across the border.
Lightar fentanyl.
It'll still be extremely profitable. Will not only save lives, it will save taxpayers another $200 billion. Starting next year, the
Does
same law
anyone believe this stuff? Like, I just can't imagine anyone does.
Most Americans wouldn't need insulin if they could afford to live on something other than Takis.
Blue Heat Takis. Every kid's breakfast.
There's some poisons after school.
I'm going to get in trouble for saying that, but anyone to get in Air Force One and fly to Toronto, Berlin, Moscow,
Here's where he goes.
Even Moscow,
Ad-lib.
probably. Bring your prescription with you, and I promise you I'll get it for you for 40% the cost you're paying now.
Hey, idiot, those people will make a lot less money than us, too. They don't care that they're getting it for 40%
The
less.
Affordable Care Act, the old Obamacare, it's still a very big deal.
I remember that. In the sense that it's driven insurance costs up, yes, it is still a very big deal.
Every 11 seconds. You've done a great job.
It's driven costs up, and your plan choices have gotten smaller and smaller. Yeah, other than that, it's working.
Can no longer be denied health insurance because of pre-existing condition.
What?
My predecessor, many in this chamber, want to take that prescription drug away by repealing Affordable Care Act.
To be fair, they've not run on that in a very long time.
They have no backbone. None of them are running on it. Everybody on the other side of the aisle has given up on having a free market system.
We enacted tax credits of $300 per person per year to reduce health care costs for millions of working families. That tax credit expires next year. I want to make that savings permanent.
Has anyone noticed all these good things he's done for us? Like, why does only 18% of people think his policies have helped them if he's done all these amazing things?
Well, it's just us. We're just dumb.
The conservative movement.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Good morning.
Then Clinton again at number 5, followed by Trump again, then Clinton again, and then Joe Biden, the 8th longest speech. That does kind of surprise me at an hour and 13 minutes.
That was last year, yeah.
I think it was like an hour.
I was reading the article.
This one was just over an hour.
Yeah, the graph came from, I was reading the article, and I guess Nixon gave a State of the Union speech. It was 28 minutes.
Yes,
please. Give me that now. All right, put up the other graph here. Let's just look at the last 20 years, the last 20 or so State of the Union speeches. There you can see that, boy, Clinton did like to talk, then came down with Bush, a little bit uptick for Obama, Trump, big uptick there, and then we're actually coming down there.
Can I tell you something? If I had to watch those freaking cretins shake hands and take selfies, who gives their camera to an 85-year-old man to take a selfie? Who does that? Nobody.
Buffoons.
Oh my gosh! That lasted 20 minutes.
Yeah. I think it's because Joe was waiting for the Polaroid to come out of the camera after he took the picture.
And they just kept applauding.
Yeah.
And it's like,
and the 4 more years, Chance, when all of them know this guy's not capable of putting in another 4 years. Are you kidding me?
I'm watching it with my daughter, and my daughter said, "This is pretty disrespectful to the time of the American people." Wow, that's a good comment.
Yeah, it sure is.
He's like, we're expected to be here at 9 o'clock so he can speak.
Right.
But he can walk in and just chew the fat. No offense, Jeffy. Thank you. Chew the fat for, 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
20 minutes as we wait.
Yeah. Yeah, you can wait. I got people to glad hand here. I got attention whores.
So that need the attention, and he gave it to them. So, as bad as that speech was, it was teed up for Republicans, and so they gave the honor for the Republican response to Senator
Sally Field.
Katie Britt of Alabama.
Oh, I thought it was Sally Field.
So here's Katie Britt getting ready yesterday. Let's play that quick.
Hey y'all, Katie Britt here. I am looking forward to delivering the Republican response to the State of the Union. So tune in. See you soon.
Kitchen, Jeffy.
I was just going to say,
obviously the stage
she's
is
in
set,
the right place.
and that looks promising.
Yeah,
Good setup there, right?
I was like, is there any glue or anything we can grab?
Okay, but since she's a Republican, this is the Republican response, and like I said, it was teed up perfectly. Oh my gosh, as bad as Biden's speech was, play the clip.
I never could have imagined what my story would entail. To think about what the American dream can do across just one generation, in just one lifetime. It's truly breathtaking. But right now, the American dream has turned into a nightmare for so many families. The true unvarnished state of our union begins and ends with this. Our families are hurting. Our country can do better. And you don't have to look any further than the crisis at our southern border to see it. President Biden inherited the most secure border of all time. But minutes after taking office, he suspended all deportations. He halted construction of the border wall. And he announced a plan to give amnesty to millions. We know that President Biden didn't just create this border crisis. He invited it with 94 executive actions in his first 100 days.
Oh, 94, wow. I didn't know that figure before.
Did you know that figure?
94.
Yeah, so I watched this last night.
Yeah.
And
Oh, you did?
yeah,
I did not stay up for it.
yeah, and I couldn't sleep after that speech. And so I watched it last night, and I was thinking to myself, at first, she's pretty good. Yeah, she's pretty good. She was very relatable.
Did she ever
She looks good. Then it
Did she
turned
ever
into
get to cutting up some snacks for people?
No.
Then it turned into an audition for a Metamucil commercial.
It did. Then she was just too dramatic.
Okay.
She was trying too hard.
Exactly.
You know, it was like a high school play.
She's a weird choice for it anyway.
Nobody knows who she is. The way she does this dramatic pause and looks down and takes a deep breath. And
Yeah,
she's
she's
like, come
good.
on, what is this, a Hallmark movie? But
It was.
yeah,
It
so
was a Hallmark movie.
so a friend of the program, Tim Young, has created a mashup for us. He's taken that response and mixed it up with an Alyssa Milano UNICEF commercial. Great job with this.
There are empty chairs tonight at kitchen tables, just like this one, because of President Biden's senseless border policies.
What would you do if there was a child right in front of you, sitting all alone, crying in pain from hunger?
I can't quit thinking about this.
It's only 50 cents a day.
That's really good. I'd like to see a matchup with like the old Sally Field.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, because she was doing Sally Field.
Yeah. Again, a weird choice for the rebuttal.
No, not really.
I mean,
Not
she
really.
looks good.
Yeah,
But nobody knows who she is.
She is Mitch McConnell in a skirt.
Yes.
Mitch
McConnell
does not look that good. I'm sorry.
Not in a skirt. Not in a skirt.
Well, yeah, not in a skirt.
I mean, a pantsuit would look really good on him. But
And to answer your question, Jeffrey, probably the most important question. No, there were no snacks.
No
No
snacks.
food
You never
was
got to
prepared
cut
in
up
that
any snacks,
kitchen.
anything.
So she was. I know this was the second priority for the president after we got to kill people overseas, but this IVF thing, she was the one that I don't even know. I don't even know the IVF thing. The IVF. I look at this and I'm like, this is what we're talking about.
Yeah. So I haven't even followed the IVF thing.
Oh, what? The frozen embryos in
Yeah,
Alabama?
they've been called human.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the
Accidentally destroyed, and so the Supreme Court said, hey, by the definition of life, you can't you're responsible for these deaths. And so yesterday, Alabama signed into law that will protect IVF providers now.
Okay, so that was her.
Accidental.
That was she led the way to protect the IVF.
Yeah.
So again, I don't think anybody knows that because he's bringing up IVF, and it's like, yeah, the Republicans led the way to protect the fight.
Right. Yeah, he tied that. Right. He tied that.
Trying to protect
abortion. Right. He tied that in.
You mean when he chastised the Supreme Court for doing its job?
Told us how sad it was that the lady from Dallas had to drive to another state to kill her baby.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
When I want to kill my baby, I'm going to kill it now.
Correct.
You know what I mean? I don't want to have to drive something.
And you want to be able to do it, say, a drive-through. Abortion clinic. Where you want to drive through, get it and go home. That's what you want.
Can I help you? Yeah, I'll have 2 abortions.
Thank you.
And a side of fries.
And sterilize me again so that this can never happen a second time. So maybe just 2 abortions, a sterilization, and a side of fries.
Oh, and I brought my mother. She's past prime. Could you just offer to?
We're closer to those days than you think. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Have you guys read the bill? Sorry, we blew through. Did you read the bill from Canada about freedom of speech?
No.
Oh my gosh, guys, we're in. That is Fidel Castro up in Canada. Okay, he just put a bill on the floor, and it's going to pass. I talked to some people up in Canada. It's going to pass. Life in prison for hate speech.
And they're going to go back and read old stuff.
Oh, yeah. If you want to talk about, you ready?
Wow.
If you have ever said anything, and it is still posted, and it makes someone feel bad, they can report you anonymously.
They're doing that in the UK too.
Okay? So they report you anonymously. You have no right to face your accuser. The minimum is a $20,000 fine that goes to the anonymous accuser, and $50,000 that goes to the state.
Incredible.
And then if you even feel, I'm talking about thought crime, if you even feel that I live next door to Pat Gray, I think he's going to say something. No, it's all in. I'll give you the actual bill.
Yeah.
I heard about it, and Ezra Levant told me about it, and I was like, okay, Ezra, come on. He's like, let me send you the bill, Glenn. It's all there. Thought crime, life in prison.
Well, you know,
if you
Roxy.
say something, Pat, and it's on air, and people deem it as a a hate crime in Canada, you can go to prison for life.
Dare misgender anybody. Don't you do it. Don't you do it.
I wouldn't think of it.
Did you hear what Carol Burnett had to come out and apologize?
Oh, yeah, for the 9/11 stuff, right?
Yeah.
What? No.
Carol Burnett.
What is she, 90?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She came out to apologize. She said, the only joke I've ever told that I regret, and I want to pull it back, is on 9/11, somebody said to her some question, Carol, what would you do if you were suddenly a man? And she said, I would hope that I was Osama bin Laden so I could kill myself.
Right.
It wasn't Osama bin Laden that was the offensive part.
Yeah.
That she would want to kill herself if she were suddenly a man.
All right, we're going to take a minute and tell you about Real Estate Agents I Trust. This is a company somebody created a while ago.
Genius.
Is it a genius?
He's a
genius. Really?
Yeah,
I heard he had some problems.
Yeah. Trying to sell his house.
What'd you sell your house for?
Genius.
We were trying to $39.95.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. His house in Connecticut went
And you had to pay
$39.95.
closing costs too?
Now,
That is because
you
that's
thought it
why
was
I
worth
started.
a bit more than that, right?
That's why I started it.
Yes. That's why you started Real Estate Agents. I
Yes,
Trust.
because I've always had crappy agents, and I will tell you, I put my house up for sale here, and the real estate agents that I trust came in and said, "You're not going to sell this." And I said, "No, are you kidding me? It's great." And they said, "You're not going to sell it. It's yeah, it was like really outdated." And I said, "Yeah, but somebody's going to come in and do it." And they said, "You won't sell it. Nobody wants to do that."
Wow.
Now they're begging me to sell the house. I've had so many offers, and we're not selling the house because we love it now. Because we did what the real estate agent told us to do.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. So they lost a commission there.
Yeah, they did.
But they gave you the right advice.
Yes, they did.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, your house is here probably worth more than $39.95. Would be my guess.
Yeah, you know that house in Connecticut that I sold? Yeah. I got a good deal. I got out of there. Oh, it's like, it is like, good girl. I don't even know. It's at least a third of the price.
Oh, yes.
Our
house diminished by 2/3.
Yeah,
when
it
we
is.
left in Connecticut.
That's ours too. 2/3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Northeast for you, huh? Yeah. Crazy.
Welcome to Connecticut.
All right. So wherever you're buying or selling, these are the agents you want to get in touch with because they're the best. They're the best in your area. You're going to have things in common because they're fans of the show. Real Estate Agents I Trust. It's a free service that is provided by Glenn and his team. And
more than my team.
More than, yeah. So
I really don't bet them myself.
yeah, more like his team. I'm surprised you're not poring over real estate agent
but I gotta
resumes.
tell you, we do everything except a rectal exam on these guys. It is thorough.
Are you looking for somebody to do that?
No, we gotta go there. RealestateAgentsITrust.com.
Pat Gray Unleashed.
And welcome. 888-900-3393. Pat Unleashed. On Twitter, we got Donald Trump's pre-buttal. Not a rebuttal, a pre-buttal. We'll get to that. What did he have to say about things last night? Interesting. some good tweets or socials, I guess, during and after. So we'll get some of his thoughts coming up. Also, RFK Jr.'s response, and we even have some fun to squeeze in to finish off the week. Get to that coming up on Pat Gray Unleashed.
True Social is down.
Pat Gray Unleashed on the Blaze Radio Network.
So, I bet anybody who watched that speech last night is absolutely enraged this morning. Enraged. I don't think there's any way around it if you're a right-thinking American.
It's set up for an unusually angry Friday.
Yeah.
So what if you didn't watch it?
Then, congratulations, because you spared yourself.
And we appreciate you coming here to hear the recap.
About it. Right, exactly.
Because I
Did
did
you
not
not
watch
watch
it.
it?
I did not watch it.
Yeah.
And
What about America?
okay, never mind.
Donald Trump watched it. He was live tweeting or socialing or whatever you call that. Truthing. See, okay, right. Truthing. So he had a pre-speech rant on it. Here's what he had to say before this speech.
Joe Biden is on the run from his record and lying like crazy to try and escape accountability for the horrific devastation he and his party have created, all the while they continue the very policies that are causing this horror show to go. We cannot take it any longer as a country. Joe Biden's sad excuse for a State of the Union address aside, here are the facts. When I left office, we gave Joe Biden the most secure border in U.S. history. We gave him remain in Mexico, very tough to get, but I got it. Safeguard agreements, the asylum ban, Title 42, 571 miles of border wall, rapid deportations, and much more. We had the safest border in the history of our country. As soon as he got in, Crooked Joe and his radical left lunatics deliberately dismantled each and every one of those policies that were so good that gave us this best border. According to Tom Homan, according to Brandon Judd, the top people, they said it was the single best border we've ever had in recorded history. What's happened now is a horror show. The country, our country, is being laughed at all over the world. Over the past 3 years, Biden has actively aided and abetted the importation of millions and millions of illegal alien migrants and resettled them into your communities. At any time during the past 3 years, crooked Joe Biden, and he is crooked as you can be and the most incompetent president we've ever had, could have called off the invasion. But to this day, he is keeping the hordes of illegal migrants and illegal aliens pouring into the country. By the time his term is up, we can have close to 20 million people in our country.
Yes. Good stuff. That makes me feel better. Thank you for that.
Listening to the show. We appreciate you listening, Don.
And so that was just an excerpt from it. There's several more minutes of that.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Also, RFK had a response to the statement. So this is afterwards, right?
Yeah. So RFK's, I don't know when this posted exactly, but this was 9 minutes long, but we'll only play a small part of this here.
I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and I'm running as an independent candidate for President of the United States. I grew up in an America that seemed to have achieved its promise as an exemplary nation. Modern democracy had spread from one nation, ours, in 1776 to 6 by 1865 and to 190 by the 1960s. We had become the city on the hill. We were a moral authority around the globe. Our government, institutions, our Congress, the court, the regulatory agencies, and even the American press were renowned for their integrity, and they were revered worldwide. Other nations wanted our American leadership. They knew the difference between leadership and bullying, which is something our current leaders seem to have forgotten. We were the template of liberty, proof that for a country to thrive, its people must be free. Free to speak, free to worship, free to build great companies, free to start small businesses. We were the freest country in the world, and by no coincidence, also the most prosperous. Working Americans could provide for their families on a single salary. They could buy a home, raise a family, save for retirement without mountains of debt. We made the best music.
What are you
We
doing?
made the best movies. We made gold standard automobiles that everybody in the world wanted. We made blue jeans. We reconstructed Europe. We put men on the moon. We're the world's healthiest, best educated children. Our productivity, ingenuity, our can-do spirit were the envy of the world. We had confidence in our strength, our capacity, and the limitless potential of our country.
Yeah. Wow. That's good. That was inspirational.
That certainly was.
What do you disagree with in that? That's good stuff. Now, coming up in overtime, we're going to play all the responses in their entirety. Trump, RFK, Katie Britt.
Oh, get more Katie?
Yeah, more Katie.
I like the Katie, but there's no sandwich.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. I know. Are you sure the entire thing? She never cuts up any veggies or any fruit or brings out the chips and guac? Nothing.
No.
That's disappointing.
None of that happened.
I hate that.
Although she does sit there and look good. She looks good.
I know, but
so
not as good with a knife cutting up some food.
So, where do you go from here?
What do you want to see?
Where do you go from here?
You want to see
with a president that hates us this much, and the feeling's mutual. I just want to let him know the feeling is definitely mutual.
Well, he knows that specifically with you.
Yeah, that was weird in the speech. Yeah,
that was weird.
Pull that clip.
Yeah, we should have shown that little section where we had me in the lower third. Joe Biden hates Pat Gray. But here's what Bidenomics, he talks about how great the economy is. Here's what it really looks like.
Welcome to the real world.
So, girls, what have we learned about grocery shopping? You don't want to be an adult. It takes an hour worth of working. An hour worth of working. To buy this. And it's
30 chickens.
An hour of working to buy one thing of chicken at all. All that, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else, that is called Bidenomics.
That's right. Yesterday, Kamala discussed democracy.
All right.
Because when we think about the strength of our democracy, I think that there's a duality to the nature of democracy.
Right.
When it's intact, it's so strong.
Oh.
In terms of what it does.
In terms of
uphold and protect individual rights and freedoms.
Yeah.
So strong.
So strong.
In its nature.
Yeah.
And
more bonus.
very fragile.
Well, and very fragile. Same time.
It will only be as strong as our willingness to fight for it.
Wow.
Good, right?
She's good. So good.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
She's so good at taking so long to say so little. Nothing at all, really.
Really, I know.
Wow. Here's an illegal alien trying to cross that secure border, though, that Joe Biden has brought us with the help of Kamala.
Es el presidente y la vicepresidenta de los Estados Unidos.
Oh, look at my shirt.
Pero ya lo traigo aquí para que me dejen entrar.
I have the shirt. So I have the shirt to let me in. It's Biden. It's a Joe Biden shirt. Biden shirt. So let him in because he's got a Joe Biden T-shirt on.
Plus he's up to prices.
Oh,
Can't turn stuff with
yeah. So I think they did let him in, didn't they? I think they actually did.
I hope so.
Help him in. So that's
Es
good.
el presidente.
Yeah. So good. Good.
So, Katie Britt talked about it. We've been talking about it. How on day one, like literally within hours of becoming president of the United States, they overturned all those Trump policies.
Mm-hmm.
And
94 executive actions.
This clip you got to see this Alejandro Mayorkas clip real quick from 2021. My gosh, he's bragging about that.
And I'd like to understand from you what Trump-era immigration policies have been banned, ended, reversed, and if any investigations are underway by you.
So we have rescinded so many Trump immigration policies, it would take so much time to list them.
Alejandro Mayorkas.
That's right.
That's the truth.
So how in the world can you possibly blame him then when you undid everything he did?
That guy is such a. I don't like him at all.
Oh, wow, really? Breaking news here.
I do not like him.
No, we're talking about Alejandro Mayorkas, though.
Yeah, that man.
Oh, wow.
That's some respect, man.
What about Joe Biden? You like him? You like him, right? You do like the president.
Well, he's the president of the
Yeah,
United States.
right. Whoa. And you just must respect the office. Am I right?
Thank you.
Who's with me on that? No one. No one. All right. You have to take care of yourself now more than ever. There are just so many things going on, and we have the latest data from the American Heart Association, which indicates that adults with fatty liver are 3.5 times more likely to have heart failure than those without. And I mean, you just have to worry about everything. The American Liver Foundation says 100 million Americans do have fatty liver, so a lot of us are dealing with this. And it's because we throw so many things at it that aren't good for it. Cholesterol and alcohol, toxins, all kinds of stuff. That's why we get that sluggish, fatty liver that makes us gain weight and lose energy. For decades, your liver has taken care of you with 500 key functions every day. So help it back with the Liver Health Formula, which is an all-natural supplement, contains 11 clinically proven botanicals that help you recharge and protect your liver. You can try it and receive a free bottle of nano-powered omega-3 to keep your heart healthy. Go to Liver Health Formula. You can get it by going to getliverhelp.com/Pat. Getliverhelp.com/Pat, and you can claim your free bonus gift as well. Again, it's getliverhelp.com/Pat.
Before we move on, I think I found the clip where Joe Biden says he hates you. I think we did. Joe, did you find that clip that was talking to you about?
Okay.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
There's the bottom third. President Joe Biden hates. I didn't see that. Right. He really does.
Yeah, it went by so fast.
I wasn't watching the right network.
It went so fast.
What network
Thank you
was
for finding it. Yeah, good.
It was the Pat Gray Network.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. You hated me on my own network?
Your own network. It was really rude and weird that you accepted it.
Rude. Or just added to the return hate.
I guess a larger question is, why isn't Pat Gray's program airing on Pat Gray's network? What I'm
pirate. It's a pirate.
I got you.
Okay. All right, we're going to revisit, just to get away from all of this madness, we're going to revisit something Stephen Colbert said the other day about AI and machines. Just a reminder, here's what he said.
So I'm ready for the, big machines that make big decisions, programmed by fellas with compassion and vision.
Okay. Oh, programmed by fellas with compassion.
And we said that's the issue. Right. Who's programming AI? Who's programming these robots?
Obviously, people with compassion.
And vision. No. Actually, I believe Jeff Fisher programmed the robot that we're about to show in Saudi Arabia.
I just want to be clear. No one has more compassion and vision than me.
This robot's name is Mohammed. Okay, watch this. Demonstration here. Look at Mohammed. Whoa! Mohammed! Getting handsy. Play that again, Joe. Play it again. Wow. There's Mohammed doing Mohammed things. All right.
She didn't really enjoy that, it seems.
She even addressed the AI like, bro, don't touch me.
So, Jeffy, did you program Mohammed?
Yeah. Even when you program Mohammed with the Quran, it still turns out to be
now, did he do that on his own, or was there somebody controlling that robot?
I don't think that.
I'd love to know that. Yeah, I'd love to know.
Compassion and vision.
And
hey, she did put her hand up like
She was
like, don't do that.
standing in the wrong place. Great.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that what it was? All right.
I thought he was going for a
Stop it. No, really?
We watch this. Hey. Could be one of my 72.
And why is it 72? As opposed to 50 or 100? Why is it 72? You don't hear that very much.
No, you don't.
You don't hear the 72
version. We heard it a lot
version.
for quite some time.
Yeah, in the early 2000s, heard it all the time.
Yeah, we did.
But not so much anymore. Here's a couple that
inflation
will have you feeling better about yourself and your relationship. This is weird stuff. Look at this weird couple. Just fun.
Hello. So today I have my hubby here, and we're going to talk about how we met. Wow, Snookums. Oh, you're so large. Get closer. First, we need a sippy. I forgot. Would you like one?
Oh my gosh.
So we met in a
bizarre
coffee shop.
Thank you. We met in a coffee shop. I was the barista. He was the customer. And of course, my barista name was Senorita Awesome. What did he say to me?
There's so much mental illness in this world.
So of course, he says, I want a coffee. And what kind of coffee did you get, baby?
Why she talk outside of her mouth?
A hot one. Just like him and me. So I said to him, how hot would you like it?
Hot enough.
Hot enough. And then after looking in his bluish eyes for about 40 seconds, I couldn't take it anymore. And I just went, and what did you do?
Nothing.
And that's how we started dating. That's also how I got fired from that coffee shop, but that's a different story. I'm telling you, coffee shops, man. Me and this guy. Can somebody give me an awooga?
This is creating stupid.
Oh, that's normal. That's a lot.
What are you doing, Roxy?
That's pretty normal.
So, yeah, I posted that on Twitter yesterday. It said, if you're having a bad day, you can just watch this video and then you'll feel better about yourself. That guy right there is regretting going into that coffee shop that day when I was
Wanna go out?
Wow. Yeah, that's weird stuff.
I went in there.
I guess she's been doing this for a while.
Yeah, because when Noah was pulling that clip this morning, he's like, I've seen that crazy lady before.
All right. Here's another video.
What do you want? You want to go out?
Starbies. Oh my God, Starbies. Don't even like coffee, but I
Huh?
guess I'll try it. Delicious. Now let's see what goodies await me in here. Ooh.
I don't even know how long this is.
What a video.
It appears to be a perfect sphere. Nice.
Okay, they just
It
killed
kind of looks like a turd.
All right, we're good.
Oh, man. Okay, weird. That's just
The
bizarre
cake
stuff.
pops are good though.
They are good. I don't really like cake pops, but I'm glad you do. That's great.
At Starbucks? Enjoy it.
Starbucks, what is that? I've never heard that.
Just making stupid content.
Well, yes, she is doing that.
Yeah.
She is doing that.
And she's tracking in the money, though. I'll
Is
tell
she?
you that. Yeah.
How do you know?
Because they go viral.
Yeah.
And she catches it. Other
Where are those viral? Like how many?
I don't have the TikTok, but I'll get you the link.
All right. Yeah, I'd like to know how many, because that's crazy. She's just nuts. We enjoy, I guess, watching mental illness. Also, Pathead Texas Biz sent us a scoped down version of an exercise video. This one was, 11 minutes long or something, but it's cut down.
Jeffy's a big fan of any kind of exercise.
Fitness
Right
and
on.
the Bible.
Oh, yeah, and the Bible, right.
And the Bible.
Two of
So,
your favorite things
yeah,
combined.
this is what Jeff Fisher is all about right here. Check this out.
We're going to go through this exercise routine. You can follow along with this exercise routine, the beginning part of it, and then later we'll show you some exercises you won't be able to follow along with. The last exercise for the calves is called jumping up and down, and follow along with Zara. He's going to do 10 of them.
It's all right.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Now what we're going to do is we're going to have my friend Doral Silverthorne is going to talk about the relationship with fitness and the Bible.
I wish to say that our government is a two-faced hypocrite.
Next thing we're going to do, we're going to have a foot race between Czar and Big Zaddy.
Come on, lie down.
That's also pretty old, right? That looks huge. Rocks winning. What was that? What was the whole thing? Florida. Wow. That's it. Rocks winning. Still got to bounce it out. Wait. By the way, this exercise called jumping up and down. She gets up. Oh, gosh. So, by the way, she says Jesus first. That's the first line of the Bible. So, she's a ballerina. Ballerina is so fun. Crazy thing. Just so personal. That's what I remember. Just really weird. Really weird. Sorry. On overtime today, I was going to do a taste test. But because of all the, just the preponderance of stuff, I think we're going to push the taste
What are you
test
doing?
to Monday. My son is going to come in here with some cookies from Kexi. Oh, it did. They're
Good. Go lie down. Lie down.
Crumble. And you guys can decide.
Lie down.
You coming in Monday?
Oh, that's right. Dang it. That's right.
So he's coming in on Monday.
Darn it. So you're coming in Monday, right?
This is BS.
It's not.
What this is.
I'm inviting you to come in on Monday.
This is BS.
So here's a good reason for you to come in on Monday and do the taste test.
What your plan is, I'm going to put you on the spot here, Pat, because I don't know what your plan is for overtime, but there's a guy down the hall, Glenn Beck,
Yeah.
who's requested your presence the entire show today.
No, I'm not going to do that. Sorry. No. No can do. Not on Friday, my friends. Not on
You
Friday.
got a standing appointment with...
Yeah. I can't go for that. No. No can do.
So-
I can't go for that.
This conversation was heard next door, so now the question is, how long can you do?
How long can I do?
Yeah.
Just drop me on. I can do a conversation. I can do the usual. Like 15 minutes or whatever.
The usual.
Yeah. The usual. Hour work. About it.
So what are people like that clearly mentally stable chick going to do when TikTok is banned? Because
it's coming.
I got through a subcommittee yesterday, right, to complete.
Oh, I didn't see that. Did it really?
Did.
Yep.
Oh,
It's going to be interesting.
oh my goodness.
If TikTok doesn't
Well, they're going to.
separate themselves from China.
They claim that a lot of that has already been separated. So
Did you also see that Excel Energy?
of course.
Excel Energy is saying that we probably started that largest wildfire in Texas history in the Panhandle.
It's going to be our bad.
Really?
It's not
How they do it?
exactly what they said. They're Mr.
What they say?
Their equipment.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Thank you.
Wow, I was so off the mark on that.
There was an accident. They're not saying that they were
Well, of
responsible.
course, it was. Nobody would say, "Yeah, we started that on
That's
purpose."
what I mean.
We did that on
So
purpose.
Keith is just making it seem like
No,
It seems like
they're
I
taking
said that.
responsibility for it, which is good.
I just said that's all our bad. We probably started that.
Accountability.
the wooden utility pole
Yeah.
is allegedly owned and operated by Southwestern Public Service Company, which is a subsidiary of Xcel Energy.
Okay.
And they're saying that that utility pole, well, it fell over and broke in half, and that's what ignited the Smokehouse Creek fire.
Oh boy. Jeez. Sucks. Yeah, that sucks. So at least it wasn't the Chinese lasers or American
we don't
lasers.
know what made it fall over.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
That's true enough. Also, something else that we haven't talked about yet that just happened yesterday or the day before, a really weird ending to the Hotel California trial.
Oh, yeah.
We talked about that last week, and then, Don Henley was trying to get his written notes back from these collection dealers. And the prosecutor just stopped the trial. Yeah, we're done. We're not going to pursue this anymore.
I got a bunch of.
And Don Henley was like, well, wait, I still want my stuff back. And I don't know that he's going to get it.
No way now.
Yeah, he said he's going to pursue it civilly, but no more criminal trial for these guys. Wow, that was weird.
Yeah.
Anyway, we got overtime coming up, and we'll see you back here Monday for Pat Gray Unleashed.
This is Pat Gray Unleashed.
Well, I always like to say when I make a mistake, I'd like to lead with it. Last night, if you were watching The Blaze, I said, which I heard as I was walking away, Stu say, I've worked with him for almost 30 years and I've never seen him do that or say that. I lost my cool. Oh, really? Oh, really? You want to fix the border now? Oh, my God. Excuse me. I never use this. What an the way he was talking down to anybody who disagreed with him in his lies about the border. What a colossal. Good night, everybody. CFA. I don't think I've ever done that before. I don't think you have either. No. And it happened because, I just want to explain this. It happened because I just walked away from the television where I had been pacing like a caged animal because I was so angry at the lies, and not only that, the childish rubbing people's noses in it. You know, when first of all, he said, within the first 5 minutes, he said that Donald Trump didn't care about the American people during COVID. He just didn't care. How dare you say that? How dare you say that? How dare anyone say that about you? My gosh. So it started there, and then he went into rubbing Republicans' noses, like in the border, which was a complete lie. We all know what why did on his day of inauguration, all of a sudden, the border surge started. Why? 95 executive orders allowing it to happen. That's why. And when he said, "Oh, you don't care about fentanyl? Oh, suddenly you want to stop fentanyl coming in so it stops killing our American people." And I know, and probably you know if you've been listening this last week, the truth on what's happening with fentanyl that is coming from China. It is intentionally, it is the opium wars that Britain did to China, so many years ago. They're using the same tactic on us. They are transporting all of the ingredients for fentanyl over to one of their Chinese ports in Mexico. It then goes to a small town in Mexico where 1,000 Chinese workers have been transported and now set up shop to where they cook the fentanyl. Then China sent over for the drug cartels, sold them at cost, the presses, because you need to make it look like fentanyl or Adderall or whatever drug. And so they take the fentanyl that the Chinese have put together, cooked up, send it over. Then the drug cartel uses the Chinese presses to make it look like Adderall, and that's what's killing our children. And the president knows it, and he won't say it. He won't stop it because he's in bed with China. How dare you? And when he said, "You don't care," oh, suddenly you care about fentanyl. Oh, I didn't know that now. Oh my gosh. So I get on, and I'm asked just to do a rundown, and I have my notes, and I'm going through my notes, and I'm talking about it, and I'm trying to make good points, and then I know it's done. I'm on for like 5 minutes, and Stu says, "Thanks, Glenn," and you start to say something else, and I realize I haven't really expressed what that was. No point that I made from my notes really summed up what I felt the president did and who he was in that. And that's when I dropped the CFA, maybe more than once. And I shouldn't have done that, because I want to be a better person. And quite honestly, I am glad I am on federally regulated broadcast airwaves today, because it's one of the reasons why I joined my church. I need strong framework to help me be a better man. And if I were on a podcast only today, I would not be a better man. So I am grateful for the first time in my life for the FCC, who will make sure I'm a better man today.
Can we guarantee our affiliates that mistake from last night will not occur during this program?
We are on a 37-minute delay right now. So, yeah, we started this show 37 minutes ago. It won't have it. But, boy, do I feel it.
Look, the frustration is understandable. I mean, I think we all felt it watching that, because it's so egregious and it's so overt. I mean, I was losing my mind at the economic stuff, where this guy who fights and campaigns on wanting a shutdown shuts down millions of businesses and or cheers on and or votes, on it. Yeah. Right? Like, he's in support of all these policies. Donald Trump wants to end them. He criticizes them and says he doesn't care about anyone. He wants to kill everybody by ending these policies. He gets into office. He wants to continue this shutdown over and over and over again. Then, finally, the American people are like, "Screw you, we're going back to work whether you like it or not."
A year after this, he lifts the ban.
Yep.
Remember? A year. Yep. We were like, we're still under that?
Right. Like, we didn't even realize it in Texas, for sure. He finally releases it. Everyone's already going back to work. And then he stands on stage and takes credit as a job creator. I mean, the cynicism of that argument is almost impossibly egregious. It is like if you try to give the most dishonest argument possible, you couldn't craft one better than what he did last night. Did the same thing. And he did it over and over and over again on so many different topics. So, look, while I appreciate your concern for your own restraint last night, if you would have been able to put cameras in everyone's houses watching that, you would have heard a lot of that same word.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone felt that way watching that because it's he's not even trying to be honest. He's not even trying to craft an argument that makes any sense. The border argument makes no sense. As if we've all been on another planet for the last 50 years and had no idea what he thinks about the border. Maybe he is just really tough on it and it's been Republicans stopping him from securing it all this time. What moron could possibly believe that argument?
60% of the American people.
Here they are.
60% of the American people.
Be that big.
No, there are so many people that don't pay attention to the news.
I don't even think it's that high right now. He's trying to increase it. But what's the poll on his handling of the border? 18% approve?
Yeah.
I mean, it's luckily I think people are seeing through
like a bumbling idiot. Last night, let's give honest reviews. Mm-hmm. Last night, he did not look like a bumbling old man. He slurred his speech, but by the time most people tuned out at the end of the speech, just because of anger or boredom, that's when he started getting really sloppy. But he made several great... I mean, I believe if I'm on his side, I would say that was a great speech.
Well, it was a great speech because he didn't fall over.
Yes.
He didn't fall asleep.
And he had several moments of, I will not budge.
Yeah. And while it feels so contrived to me, I think he cleared that lowest hurdle. Which the lowest hurdle was he has to show he has some vigor.
Yes.
Even if it's completely drug-induced, he needs to show it. And so he did hit that standard, which is big for him. I mean, let's be honest, the biggest problem he has in every single poll, much worse than even the border or Afghanistan or any of these topics, is his age. And everyone thinks he can't do this job. I still think he can't do this job, and I think last night proved it for policy reasons, among others, but he did show that he was awake.
Yeah, he did.
And that was important.
He did. And if you're uninformed, or you just believe in all the same things that he does, then you thought he did a great job. And, give credit where credit is due. He did not perform the way I thought he would perform as a doddering old man. However, he always performs best in that setting.
Yep, that's it. I mean, look, his biggest moments have been the moments where he's been able to show this. Debates are another one.
Yeah.
He's typically shown up for debates, and he hasn't been good at them, but he hasn't been as bad as he's been in every other scenario.
Correct.
Smart, I go home now. Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, members of Congress, my fellow Americans, in January 1941, Franklin Roosevelt came to this chamber to speak to the nation. And he said, I address you at a moment unprecedented in the history of the Union. Hitler was on the march. War was raging in Europe. President Roosevelt's purpose was to wake up Congress and alert the American people that this was no ordinary time. Freedom and democracy were under assault in the world. Tonight, I come to this same chamber to address the nation. Now, it's we who face an unprecedented moment in the history of the Union. And yes, my purpose tonight is to wake up the Congress and alert the American people that this is no ordinary moment either. Not since President Lincoln and the Civil War have freedom and democracy been under assault at home as they are today. What makes our moment rare is that freedom and democracy are under attack both at home and overseas at the very same time. Overseas, Putin of Russia is on the march, invading Ukraine and sowing chaos throughout Europe and beyond. If anybody in this room thinks Putin will stop at Ukraine, I assure you he will not. But Ukraine can stop Putin. Ukraine can stop Putin if we stand with Ukraine and provide the weapons that it needs to defend itself. That is all. That is all Ukraine is asking. They're not asking for American soldiers. In fact, there are no American soldiers in the war in Ukraine, and I'm determined to keep it that way. But now, assistance to Ukraine is being blocked by those who want to walk away from our world leadership. It wasn't long ago when the Republican president named Ronald Reagan thundered, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. Now my predecessor, a former Republican president, tells Putin, quote, do whatever the hell you want. That's a quote. A former president actually said that, bowing down to a Russian leader. I think it's outrageous, it's dangerous, and it's unacceptable. America is a founding member of NATO, the military alliance of democratic nations created after World War II to prevent war and keep the peace. And today, we've made NATO stronger than ever. Welcomed Finland to the alliance last year. And just this morning, Sweden officially joined, and their minister is here tonight. Let's stand up. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And they know how to fight. Mr. Prime Minister, welcome to NATO, the strongest military alliance the world has ever seen. I say this to Congress, we have to stand up to Putin. Send me a bipartisan national security bill. History is literally watching. History is watching. The United States walks away. It will put Ukraine at risk. Europe is at risk. The free world will be at risk, emboldening others to do what they wish, to do us harm. My message to President Putin, who I've known for a long time, is simple. We will not walk away. We will not bow down. I will not bow down. In a literal sense, history is watching. History is watching. Just like history watched 3 years ago on January 6th, when insurrectionists stormed this very Capitol and placed a dagger to the throat of American democracy. Many of you were here on that darkest of days. We all saw with our own eyes the insurrectionists were not patriots. They'd come to stop the peaceful transfer of power, to overturn the will of the people. January 6th lies about the 2020 election and the plots to steal the election posed a gravest threat to U.S. democracy since the Civil War. But they failed. America stood. America stood strong, and democracy prevailed. I must be honest. The threat to democracy must be defended. My predecessor and some of you here seek to bury the truth about January 6th. I will not do that. This is a moment to speak the truth and to bury the lies. Here's the simple truth. You can't love your country only when you win. As I've done ever since being elected to office, I ask all of you without regard to party to join together and defend democracy. Remember your oath of office in defending us all threats, foreign and domestic. Respect free and fair elections, restore trust in our institutions, and make clear political violence has absolutely no place in America, zero place. Again, it's not hyperbole to suggest history is watching. We're watching. Your children and grandchildren will read about this day and what we do. History is watching another assault on freedom. Joining us tonight is Latoya Beasley, a social worker from Birmingham, Alabama. 14 months ago, she and her husband welcomed a baby girl thanks to the miracle of IVF. She scheduled treatments to have that second child. The Alabama Supreme Court shut down IVF treatments across the state. Unleashed by a Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. She was told her dream would have to wait. What her family got through should never have happened. Unless Congress acts, it could happen again. So tonight, let's stand up for families like hers, to my friends across the aisle. Don't keep this woman any longer. Guarantee the right to IVF. Guarantee it nationwide. Most Americans not really golden days got it right. I thank Vice President Harris for the incredible week from the reproductive freedom. My predecessor came off the turn and see where we made overturn. These rules we overturn, and he brags about it. Look at the chaos. Joining us tonight is Kate Cox, the wife of Father from Dallas. She become pregnant again and a fetus is paid condition. Her doctor told Kate that her own life and her ability to have children in the future were at risk. She did not. Because Texas law banned her ability to act, Kate and her husband had to leave the state to get what she needed. But her family got through should have never happened as well. But it's happening in too many others. While state laws banning Freedom 2, criminalizing doctors, forcing survivors of rape and incest to leave their states to get the treatment they need. Many of you in this chamber and my predecessor are promising to pass a national ban on reproductive freedom. My God, what freedom else would you take away? Look. It's a decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. The Supreme Court majority wrote the following. And with all due respect, justices, women are not without electoral power. Electoral or political power. You're about to realize just how much we're about. women. But they found out when reproductive freedom was on the ballot, we won in 2022 and 2020, and we'll win again in 2024. If you, the American people, send me a Congress that supports the right to choose, I promise you, I'll restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land again. Folks, America cannot go back. I'm here tonight to show what I believe is the way forward, because I know how far we've come. 4 years ago next week, before I came to office, the country was hit by the worst pandemic and the worst economic crisis in a century. Remember the fear, record losses, remember the spikes in crime and the murder rate, raging virus that took more than 1 million American lives, of loved ones, millions left behind. A mental health crisis of isolation and loneliness. The president, my predecessor, failed the most basic presidential duty that he owes to American people, the duty to care. I think that's unforgivable. I came to office determined to get us through one of the toughest periods in the nation's history. We have. It doesn't make news, but news in 1,000 cities and towns, the American people are writing the greatest comeback story never told. So let's tell the story here. Tell it here and now. America's comeback is building the future of American possibilities. Building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down. Investing in all America, in all Americans. Make sure everyone has a fair shot. We leave no one behind. The pandemic no longer controls our lives. The vaccine that saved us from COVID are now being used to beat cancer, turning setback into comeback. That's what America does. That's what America does. Folks, I'm hearing the economy's on the brink. Now our economy is literally the envy of the world. 15 million new jobs in just 3 years. A record. A record. Unemployment at 50-year lows. A record 16 million Americans are starting small businesses, and each one is a little act of hope. With historic job growth and small business growth for Black and Hispanics and Asian Americans, 800,000 new manufacturing jobs in America and counting. Where is the rate we can't be the manufacturing capital of the world? We are, we will. More people have health insurance today. More people have health insurance today than ever before. The racial wealth gap is as small as it's been in 20 years. Wages keep going up, inflation keeps coming down. Inflation has dropped from 9% to 3%, the lowest in the world, and tending lower. The landing is and will be soft. And now, instead of importing foreign products and exporting American jobs, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs. Right here in America, where they belong. And it takes time, but the American people are beginning to feel it. Consumer studies show consumer confidence is soaring. Buy America has been the law of the land since the 1930s. Past administrations, including my predecessor, including some Democrats as well in the past, failed to buy America. Not anymore. On my watch, federal projects that you fund, like helping build American roads, bridges, and highways, will be made with American products and built by American workers. Creating good-paying American jobs. And thanks to our CHIPS and Science Act, The United States is investing more in research and development than ever before. During the pandemic, the shortage of semiconductors, chips, that drove up the price of everything from cell phones to automobiles. And by the way, we invented those chips right here in America. Well, instead of having to import them, private companies are now investing billions of dollars to build new chip factories here in America, creating tens of thousands of jobs. Many of those jobs paying $100,000 a year and don't require a college degree. In fact, my policies have attracted $650 billion in private sector investment in clean energy, advanced manufacturing, creating tens of thousands of jobs here in America. And thanks to our bipartisan infrastructure law, 46,000 new projects have been announced all across your communities. By the way, I noticed some of you strongly voted against it. They're cheering on that money coming in. I like it. I'm with you. I'm with you. If any of you don't want that money in your district, just let me know. Modernize our roads and bridges, ports and airports, public transit systems. Removing poisonous lead pipes so every child can drink clean water without risk of brain damage. Providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where you live, urban, suburban, or rural communities, in red states and blue states. Record investments in tribal communities. Because of my investment in a family farm, as an investment in family farm is led by my Secretary of Agriculture, who knows more about this than anybody I know, we're better able to stay in the family for those farms and their children and grandchildren won't have to leave home to make a living. It's transformative. A great comeback story is Belvedere, Illinois, home to an auto plant for nearly 60 years. Before I came to office, the plant was on its way to shutting down. Thousands of workers feared for their livelihoods. Hope was fading. Then I was elected to office and we raised the Belvedere repeatedly with auto companies knowing unions would make all the difference. The UAW worked like hell to keep the plant open and get these jobs back, and together we succeeded. Instead of auto factories shutting down, auto factories reopening, the new state-of-the-art battery factories being built to power those cars there at the same time. The folks at Belvedere, I say, instead of your town being left behind, your community is moving forward again. Because instead of watching auto jobs in the future go overseas, 4,000 union jobs with higher wages are building the future in Belvedere right here in America. Here tonight is UAW President Shawn Fain, a great friend and a great labor leader. Shawn, where are you? Stand up. And Dawn Sims, the third generation worker, UAW worker at Belvedere. Shawn, I was proud to be the first president to stand on the picket line, and today, Dawn has a good job in her hometown, providing stability for her family and pride and dignity as well. Showing once again, Wall Street didn't build America. They're not bad guys. They didn't build it, though. The middle class built the country, and unions built the middle class. I say to the American people, when America gets knocked down, we get back up. We keep going. That's America. That's you, the American people. It's because of you America's coming back. It's because of you our future is bright. It's because of you that tonight we can proudly say the state of our union is strong and getting stronger. Tonight, I want to talk about the future of possibilities that we can build together. A future where the days of trickle-down economics are over, and the wealthy and the biggest corporations no longer get all the tax breaks. And by the way, I understand corporations. I come from a state that has more corporations invested than every one of your states in the United States combined. And I represented it for 36 years. I'm not anti-corporation, but I grew up in a home where trickle-down economics didn't put much on my dad's kitchen table. That's why I'm determined to turn things around so the middle class does well. When they do well, the poor go way up and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well. And there's more to do to make sure you're feeling the benefits of all we're doing. Americans pay more for prescription drugs than anywhere in the world. It's wrong, and I'm ending it. For the law that I propose you sign, not one of you Republican buddies voted for it. We finally beat Big Pharma. Instead of paying $400 a month or thereabouts for insulin with diabetes, and it only costs $10 to make, they only get paid $35 a month now and still make a healthy profit. And what to do next? I want to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for every American who needs it. Everyone. For years, people have talked about it, but finally we got it done. We gave Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices on prescription drugs, just like the VA is able to do for veterans. That's not just saving seniors money, it's saving taxpayers money. We cut the federal deficit by $160 billion. Because Medicare will no longer have to pay those exorbitant prices to Big Pharma. This year, Medicare is negotiating lower prices for some of the costliest drugs on the market that treat everything from heart disease to arthritis. It's now time to go further and give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices for 500 different drugs over the next decade. They're making a lot of money, guys. And they'll still be extremely profitable. Will not only save lives, it will save taxpayers another $200 billion. Starting next year, the same law caps total prescription drug costs for seniors on Medicare at $200 to $2,000 a year. Even for expensive cancer drugs that cost $10,000, $12,000, $15,000. Now I want to cap prescription drug costs at $2,000 a year for everyone. Folks, I'm going to get in trouble for saying that, but anyone who get in the Air Force One will be invited to Toronto, Berlin, Moscow, and well, even Moscow, probably. I bring your prescription with you, and I promise you I'll get it for you for 40% the cost you're paying now. Same company, same drug, same place. Folks, the Affordable Care Act, the old Obamacare, is still a very big deal. Over 100 million of you can no longer be denied health insurance because of pre-existing condition. Well, my predecessor, many in this chamber, want to take that prescription drug away by repealing Affordable Care Act. I'm not going to let that happen. We stopped you 50 times before it will stop you again. In fact, I'm not only protecting it, I'm expanding it. We enacted tax credits of $800 per person per year, reduce healthcare costs for millions of working families. That tax credit expires next year. I want to make that savings permanent. To state the obvious, women are more than half our population. The research on women's health has always been underfunded. That's why we're launching the first ever White House initiative on women's health research, led by Jill, doing an incredible job as First Lady. To pass my plan for $12 billion to transfer women's health research and benefit millions of lives all across America. I know the cost of housing is so important to you. If inflation keeps coming down, mortgage rates will come down as well, and the Fed acknowledges that. But I'm not waiting. I want to provide an annual tax credit that will give Americans $400 a month for the next 2 years as mortgage rates come down, to put toward their mortgages when they buy their first home or trade up for a little more space. Just for 2 years. And my administration has also eliminated title insurance on federally backed mortgages. When you refinance your home, you can save $1,000 or more as a consequence. For millions of renters, we're cracking down on big landlords who use antitrust law, who break antitrust laws by price fixing and driving up rents. We've cut red tape so builders can get federally financing, which is already helping build a record 1.7 million new housing units nationwide. Now pass and build and renovate 2 million affordable homes and bring those rents down. To remain the strongest economy in the world, we need to have the best education system in the world. And I suspect all of you, want to give every child, a good start by providing access to preschool for 3 and 4 years old. You know, I think I pointed out last year, that children coming from broken homes where there's no books, they're not read to, not spoken to very often, start school, kindergarten, or first grade, having heard 1 million fewer words spoken. Well, studies show that children who go to preschool are nearly 50% more likely to finish high school, go on to earn a 2 and 4 degree, no matter what their background is. I met a year and a half ago with the leaders of the Business Roundtable. They were mad that they were angry. I said, well, they were discussing why I wanted to spend money on education. I pointed out to them, as vice president, I met with over 80, I think it was 182 of those folks, don't hold me the exact number. And I asked them what they need most, the CEOs. And you've had the same experience both sides of the aisle. They say a better educated workforce, right? So I looked at them. And I say, I come from Delaware. DuPont used to be the 8th largest corporation in the world. And every new enterprise they bought, they educated the workforce to that enterprise. But none of you do that anymore. Why are you angry with me, providing you the opportunity to be the best educated workforce in the world? And they all looked at me and said, I think you're right. I want to expand high-quality tutoring and summer learning and see that every child learns to read by 3rd grade.